Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Stavanger. Welcome to sunny Stavanger. It's a glorious day. The sun is shining. It's perfect chess weather. We are here at the Concerthus, the splendid concert hall here, where the remaining 3 rounds will be played of Altibox Norway chess. My name is Dirk-Jan ten Geusendam. I'm the editor of New in Chess, and with me is Nigel Short, English Grandmaster and expert tweeter. Nigel has been sending out some really good tweets. There are some polls out there that I would recommend you to fill out. We want to know your opinion on a most important question that Nigel has posted there.
Yeah.
We want to stay in touch with you anyway, so if you have any questions for us, let us know and contact us through qa@norwaychess.com. There will be the quiz after 2 hours from now, and for the rest we will be following this. Obviously they're all key rounds, but with the current standings, we have 2 leaders who are 1 point ahead of the runners-up. Yes, today's results are very important for the developments in the tournament, and still tragically low in the standings is world champion Magnus Carlson.
In last place, actually. Yeah.
And
or at least equal last place.
Yeah, there's 4 players on -1, and that's Viswanathan Anand, Vachier-Lagrave, Fabiano Caruana, and Magnus Carlson. You might also say that the gap between bottom place and first place is only 1.5 points.
Yes, indeed.
So he can still dramatically improve his situation, but for the moment we remain at a loss for an explanation why Magnus Carlson is not showing the great chess that he showed, for instance, in the Blitz tournament that we started the tournament with. He hasn't won a single game yet. Worse, he hasn't been in a position where he can realistically hope for a win.
That's been the most surprising thing for me, the fact that Magnus has not really created any chances, that, at least that I can recall. So his chess has been a bit limp. It's lacking in imagination,
yes,
or perhaps lacking in accuracy.
And actually, he had this master plan, which I praised at the start of the tournament.
And was a good plan.
It was a very good plan, because if you remember, he won the Blitz tournament and he could choose his number. In the old days, people would very often choose 1 because you would get 2 whites at the start. Then number 5 became the most popular, because you start with a white, you alternate perfectly, and then you finish with a white game. But Magnus thought my main rival here might very well be Wesley So, who has had a fantastic year and who is in 2nd place in the world rankings. And he had beaten Wesley in the last round of the Blitz. From a position where Wesley was fine, then he started to dither, and then Magnus simply crushed him. So we thought, let's deal the final blow in the first round, and get off to a fantastic start. Which didn't work, because he didn't win that game, and which is worse, which leads him to the following 3 opponents in the last round. So today he's playing black against Vladimir Kramnik. Not an easy game to score a point. Then he's playing white, his last white game, against Sergei Karjakin. Well, we've seen how difficult it is to beat Sergei Karjakin, also for Magnus Carlson. And in the last round he plays another black game against Vachier-Lagrave, who is not in the habit of losing with white very often, even if he lost the game with white here. But I don't see that happening against Magnus, or at least not very likely. So a very difficult situation for Magnus Carlson, disappointing for the people here. But let's first concentrate on the 2 leaders that we have, Hikaru Nakamura and Aronian, who both play black today.
Yep.
You're looking at the opening moves of Anand against Nakamura.
Yeah, and I'm expecting the Evans Gambit.
You're not kidding.
I am kidding.
He took the wrong pawn.
Yeah, and that's it.
It's another D3.
Yeah.
Gioco pianissimo.
Yes.
Well, a very popular opening
In club chess.
in club chess and in elite chess. So if there's one thing that unites club chess and elite chess these days, it's the preference for the gioco pianissimo. And well, I've lost count how many we've seen so far.
We've seen enough. We've seen too many. Oh, right. So that is Anand Nakamura. Let's have a look at Kramnik Carlson. Oh, what opening is that?
Is this the and now for something completely different? Not really. It's another Italian game.
Yeah. Okay.
For some reason, Nigel scrolls down.
Oh, what did I find here?
Oh, what's that?
Karjakin, Aronian.
Another top-level game. And another, what's wrong with the Berlin these days?
Aren't you getting nostalgic?
No. I think there's more life in this one.
Right. Okay.
Truth be told. So yeah, but 3 of them today are Italian games again. Let's wax nostalgic and go to a real Sicilian.
Yeah.
In
we like we like it.
Italy.
We like Italy, don't we?
Of course. I mean,
Fashion, fast cars, pizza, wine.
Probably the best wine in the world,
excellent wine,
and great food. Yep.
Yeah, great food.
So, you want to?
So, if there are any Italians watching this broadcast, we haven't had too many Italians ask questions, have we? Or
yeah.
Send in photos. So, if there's anyone
Yes.
out there?
Is anyone in Italy sitting on a beautiful piazza with a espresso and a laptop and watching us? Take a photo, send it to us. We'd love to see that, and we'll join you.
Or a nice glass of wine.
And we'll join you soon.
Yeah.
Shall we go to the Italian games later and just
let's
start with a real Sicilian, which is also,
right,
by the way, part of Italy. This is the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Anish Giri.
Okay, so this. This is some attempt to avoid the
Najdorf,
Sveshnikov.
which he most probably wouldn't play.
Or something. I don't know.
They've exchanged some.
Okay.
Got some wine here.
Yeah. So the only drawback with this move order with white is that after knight f6, you are more or less obliged to put the bishop on c4 because black can very often play d5 in one move otherwise. So here, and yeah, there are different setups. Definitely different ways to play. h3 is one of them. So h3 is one line here. Or you can just play f3, which is the old-fashioned Yugoslav attack.
Yep. Yeah,
He's played f3. That's interesting. That's very interesting to see. So,
and that used to be.
Anish is not really he's not a dragonista, is he?
No, it's if he plays Sicilians, it's mostly Najdorfs.
Yeah.
On the other hand, he knows an awful lot about opening theory. But you mean knowing a lot about opening theory and actually having the feel for an opening by playing it.
Yeah.
It may be another thing. We'll see how that works.
Yeah.
In any case, they've played many sharp games against each other. It's
this reminds me of the old joke by Bill Hartston in England, and he said the reason why this is called the Sicilian Dragon is that the opening disputes tended to drag on and drag on. So, okay.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of specialists who would play that all the time.
Yeah.
Endless games.
Yeah.
So who were the most famous protagonists in the Dragon?
Oh, and lots of people have dabbled with it from time to time, but it was actually quite popular in England in the 1970s. There were a number of people playing it at that time. Miles played it for a period of time. Mestel was playing it as well. There were some other players.
Well, we had Genna Sazonko in the Netherlands. He was a specialist.
That's right. And Topalov has played this. Kasparov even has played it
against Anand.
Against Anand, very successful.
Which was a huge surprise then,
Yep.
when he played that in the World Championship match in '95 in New York.
Well, you've got to be a part of it.
Yeah. But in general, there always has been some suspicions about the Dragon, that it's not entirely healthy or correct.
Yeah, and the reason for this is, I'll explain it very clearly. It's this square H8, and that's where White gives checkmate.
That's where it all ends.
Yeah, that's where it all ends. That's the basic problem with the Dragon. You get mated on this square.
Yeah. So that's why you should keep the pawn on G7, just to avoid that. Well, you mentioned the Yugoslav attack. That was a whole bunch of other characters who were being successful with that setup, with the white pieces. Aggressive setups.
Yeah. Gyula Sachs was playing the Dragon, amongst other things.
And the late Dragoljub Velimirovic.
Velimirovic. I had a Dragon against Velimirovic as well. Yeah.
So
they've all snuffed it, haven't they?
Yeah. Especially Gyula Sachs was, well,
not particularly old. Not particularly old at all.
Not at all.
Become melancholy, haven't we?
Yes. Which is, melancholy is one of the nicest afflictions from time to time. You should wallow in it and then carry on. And
okay, so we've got three. We've got 3 Italian games, and let's have a look at this one. By the way, just this is Wesley So. Fabiano Caruana is not having the best of tournaments.
No.
So we see the Queen's Gambit accepted, which he's played before in this tournament. Yeah, this is a soporific variation. And some little manoeuvring here. Knight comes to D3, which is a good square. And I'm expecting... What am I expecting?
Well, not a whole lot of fireworks for the moment.
No.
It's a very cautious attempt by Wesley So.
Yeah.
Who has been a bit...
Bishop F3 is a possible move, but these pieces are likely to be exchanged.
So how do you see that? We had Wesley So, he was just winning everything, won the Sinkerfield Cup, played extraordinarily well at the Olympiad, wins the London Classic, wins Wagense.
He looks very tentative here, doesn't he?
As if he's just okay, let's pause for a moment before we go for a next step, or...
Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe this is a reversion back to the norm. You know, you were saying that
he used to be
used to be a timid player, very strong player. Obviously, has been a strong player all along.
Rarely challenging himself to go for the maximum result.
Yeah, this one doesn't look that exciting.
It's also, I think it's always such a pity if you have a player of his natural talent, that then you hope that they strive for more.
Yep.
And are more ambitious. And
Yeah.
and I had this hope that Wesley had seen that it worked when he was having these fantastic results, so that it would inspire him to, remain a bit more audacious. But in this tournament, he's been rather cautious and not taking extreme risks, and maybe just hoping that one game will fall in his lap.
Let's have a look. Go back to the one Sicilian Open.
Yeah.
Then we have B5, and this is Anish trying to get his attack going, and MVL clearly, for the moment, are retaining his options, and he may choose to, I was going to say castle kingside, looking slightly problematic at the moment, the castling kingside.
So you play A5 first, you want to do that, or?
Queen's coming to C5.
And then has a good square there. I mean, you want to control that diagonal, the
Yeah.
G1, B6 diagonal.
Yeah.
Also to keep the queen from D4, perhaps, or?
Yeah, the question is, what happens? What happens here? And you probably just play Queen A5, and you take this
you
pawn.
just take it off. Yep.
Yeah, schnoffel.
You schnapp. You schnapp it off.
Snop it off. You whip it off.
Yeah. So
At
Black
the
wouldn't
moment,
mind this.
no. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe MVL has to play H4 first. I was about to. I took the words right out of my mouth.
And out of mine too. So he did it with two hands.
Yeah.
And wholly.
Two hands. Do you know that you lose in the new rules, the new FIDE rules, if you move with two hands?
It's not allowed.
It's not allowed.
Even if you're playing with outdoor pieces. The heavy ones.
Yeah,
But
that's
is it really true? Is it really true? So if I play one E4, I'm in trouble?
Yeah, with two hands, if you move with two hands, you're going to lose from whenever the new rules come out. I've forgotten when they're
And what's
in
the idea
force.
behind that?
I was talking to the chief arbiter here, Anand, and she was telling me this, and she thought it was a bit strange that this was a capital crime.
Yeah.
What's really bizarre with the FIDE rules is that, basically they're written by arbiters for the sake of arbiters. And you can have very, very severe transgressions of the rules. You can have players leaving the venue altogether, and the punishment for that is not specified. It could just be a warning you get. And a player leaving the venue obviously would have the possibility, the potential to check an engine, which, as we all know in this day and age, is they're immensely powerful, and that would be something very, very serious indeed.
Quickly.
And it looks like Anish has analysed this.
So after H4, white castled queenside anyway.
Yeah.
And immediately
Queen A5.
Queen A5 without a split second of thinking.
Yeah.
Going for the A4 pawn. So this is not something that Maxime has missed. So why is he ready to... is he parting with it? Looks like it, or doesn't it? Is there a way to...
Well, the question is...
how quick this is?
Yeah. problem with g4 is I think this could be played. But now there's an interesting question. Maybe we can give a check. Something, probably f6. Now we whip this off. And b3. It's my suggestion. Although queen a2 is possible. I'm just looking at some stuff like this. Yeah, this may not be the best. Probably king b1 is necessary first. And it's a question of whether you're going to give mate on the...
And what do you do if white takes on h5?
If you take on h... you can do this one first. Yeah, that's better. That's a much better move. I think I'm a bit sleepy after the Chablis. That's...
Okay, a Zwischenzug, not unimportant.
Yeah.
Threatening mate on c2.
Yeah.
Well, which has to...
has to be countered somehow. Perhaps a move like this.
Queen d3, was that not tempting?
It's possible. And a very, very sharp position.
Yeah.
Just could be good.
So it looked as if we had a relatively slow start with the exchange of pieces, but it's very sharp
he's
now.
Gone g4, he's got... MVL's gone straight in. Yeah, brilliant.
Because that's the kind of player he is, a very aggressive player who
direct,
who likes to attack and go for tactical complications.
Yeah, just before the start of the broadcast, I was listening to the tokens, the Lion Sleeps Tonight, which could well be Magnus Carlson's
and he's taken
theme for this event. What is this, Anish?
And you mean lions? They tend to wake up and roar.
Got to be careful with lions. That's
oh yeah.
They're dangerous.
Don't stick your head in their mouth unless you train for it. Yeah, probably the sharpest response. Well, still indicating that he has been looking at this, I assume.
Yeah. Well, white has to take a little bit of time to defend because bishop takes b3.
That would...
It's serious.
Yes.
It's serious. I mean, you can check. You can check. And after f6, take here. And put the king on d2. But then you run into problems. Maybe this is a better move.
You just want to take on b3?
Yeah, I want to check and then take on b3. It's a bit annoying.
Or take on b3 and threaten mate.
Yeah, you're not giving mate immediately.
Yeah, so that's a very sharp position. Well, where there are clear indications that Anish Giri has been looking at it, but we're wondering...
I seem to have lost my internet connection.
To what extent Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is also still in his preparation. So maybe we should have a look at the game of Magnus Carlson against Vladimir Kramnik, or rather the other way around. You're back.
No. Yes, I've got
Yes, you
it.
are.
I've got it back. Got it back. Okay. Jolly good.
So that was one of the 3 Italian games we have today.
Oh yes, we've that's basically like isn't this the this is actually Carlson against Karjakin, isn't it? That was from the World Championship where he played Bishop F1 here, and that's what Wesley So was doing.
Oh yeah.
And for some reason, Bishop D3 has been played in this game, which is all very obscure. Because it's inviting. Knight F4.
When you have to go back
With the
to
tempo.
F1
And you have
anyway.
to go back, and he's saying that knight is going to come under attack after knight c4. So it's only optically a good move.
All right.
So quiet stuff so far with this Bishop D3. There's a little bit of a pause from Magnus, clearly prepared by Vladimir Kramnik.
Yeah.
And this is the tiniest shift, isn't it? It's the tiniest alteration of moves. You know, Bishop D3 rather than Bishop F1.
Yeah. Well, let us see. I mean, this probably will take some time to develop. They have played big battles before these two that also started relatively quietly.
And Vichy's gone in a different, in a completely different way here. So we've seen the same maneuver in this game against Hikaru Nakamura. We see it again and again. Knight e7, knight g6, with the knight coming to f4, where it attacks down here, and Vichy's just dropped back. So he's also inviting the knight into the position, but this could easily be met by knight c4.
Yeah.
In fact, I suspect he's going to play knight c4 against almost anything anyway.
Yeah. And he wants to move it to d5 in the end, or?
Yeah, I think his knight, he'll put it here, and it may come back to e3.
And there it has options again.
And from then he will pressurize these squares. I think one of the advantages of this setup, look, let's suppose instead of bishop b3, okay, after this he could play knight c4, and now knight c4 sort of threatens knight g5, so he has to watch out for knight g5, and that's a sort of tiny concession, little bit weakening, and there he could consider knight e3.
Yeah.
But it's all very subtle, a bit too subtle for us.
Or sometimes even knight h2 and g4. I mean,
Not
once they're
not
against that h6.
Yeah, not with the
that one.
Not with the bishop on this diagonal. I don't like that. I mean,
Why is that?
in a usual Spanish, you might want to do that, but here the bishop is very actively placed on this diagonal, so this maneuver would be less effective.
Okay.
That's a standard maneuver in this Spanish, but here I don't like it at all.
There's a clear difference there.
Yeah, that's an active bishop, so you need to be careful.
Good. So let's have a look at the game that I think we didn't look yet at.
Karjakin, Aronian, yeah.
Oh, that was another D3 Italian. Well, in fact, another story.
Actually, I had something similar against Harika Dronovalli. This A4, A5 I played very early. It was something, it's a little bit different because I actually did it with the bishop on E7 directly. I should explain what is going on here because some of you may think that this move bishop e7 is an extremely bad move because you've already developed your bishop, and here to retreat it looks like a clear loss of tempo. But the point is now this bishop on h4 doesn't have, it's not very effective on that diagonal, and after bishop here it's looking into a wall of pawns. So Levon is saying, okay, I'll give you a tempo, but your bishop isn't particularly well placed.
Yeah.
That's a fair point.
So parliament of rooks and a wall of pawns.
It's a wall of pawns.
But it's interesting that we have these three Italian games, and they're quite different.
Yeah.
So by the end of this tournament, you will know all the maneuvers in the D3 Italian. Going back to H7.
And I guess he just wants F5. F5, but takes is possible. So what you would like to do is go here, but after this I think you have to take with the rook.
And knight G5 you keep for later. That's not what you start with. Or?
Well, I'm threatening rook takes F3 for the moment, so we get a position like this.
That would give you a very dangerous attack, and then you follow up with knight
G5.
Yeah.
That's it. So and threatening bishop takes H3 as well. So knight D2 can be played. Then I'm not sure. It's like this queen here is actually slightly annoying. In particular, keeps you tied down on this side of the board. So could be a little bit better for white.
Yeah. In general, Levon Aronian, he has a good score against Karjakin. He's won 8 classical games against Karjakin. Karjakin has only won 4. But their most recent encounter was in Vachier-Lagrave, where Karjakin was white, and he had a long maneuvering game, an Italian game.
All right.
And in the end, Sergei Karjakin won that game. So
he's hoping that history will repeat itself.
Yes.
Recent history.
Which in fact it rarely does.
Yeah.
It is. So I find Karjakin a player who's difficult to assess at the moment. I mean, he is so incredibly strong, but you always wonder if he's ambitious all the time, because his main goal for this year he has already reached. He wants to play the Candidates Tournament, and that's where, well, the big successes can be attained. Do you think it is difficult for him to have his ambitions in, well, some sort of a year that is some sort of a void where after this World Championship match?
It's difficult. I look. You know, the time when I was playing at this level, and I was a top 10 player for about a decade. The only thing that really inspired me was the World Championship. Mm-hmm. Everything else was very secondary. It's not to say I was not interested in other events, but that was very much my focus and my goal. Yeah. And that could be the case.
That would be the live or die motivation. And in another tournament, it's okay, if something doesn't go entirely your way, well, too bad, but...
Yeah. I should explain this. This is actually quite interesting. You may wonder what the hell is the point of this move. That's actually he's a very interesting player, actually, Levon. Mm-hmm. He plays some surprising moves. This one just didn't occur to me at all. And the idea is it's quite obvious when you think about it. It's he wants to play knight e7, and then knight takes f5. But actually, really, he wants to play knight f7. That's the main thing. So after a move like knight d2, you go here, and then suddenly, actually, d5 becomes a major threat, winning a piece.
Yeah.
So he has to do something about it. And now, if bishop e6, you can probably just take. And this is a different story. After queen takes b7, well, first of all, this pawn is hanging, so...
You can even start with that.
Bishop takes d3.
Yeah.
So, it's a very clever idea.
Yep.
And not the most obvious move. You play f5, and then you not only don't recapture, you put a piece blocking your recapture. So...
Well, that would be a very interesting question. You say, okay, how is Black going to take back with the c8 bishop or the rook? No, with the c.
Yeah, he's going to do it with the knight. Yeah. But actually, it's the knight on... it's a very, very clever way of playing, because he has... By playing f5, and takes, he's removed the protection on this square, one of the protectors, and knight e7 and d5 is good. So I like that idea. I like that a lot. So Sergei had better come up with a decent plan.
It's clear that Levon Aronian is in a very creative mood here, as we could also see last night and the day before in the evening when...
he's been in the bar.
He's been in the bar, and at some point they were playing Backhouse, and he was just amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, he just kills all of them, and then does his usual trash talking.
Yeah.
He's incredibly quick in that
Yeah.
too. And
Armenian trash talker.
Armenian trash talking, always followed by a high laugh, which makes it even worse for the others.
Yeah.
And actually, we just got a question, Nigel, from Felix Hindermann
Right.
from Switzerland, and he says, "Who, in your opinion, is the funniest player on the tour, apart from you?" Well, but you're not on the tour.
No,
not exactly.
I'm not on the tour. I'm just a spectator.
But Levin is
he's funny,
definitely a character, a candidate.
Yeah.
He's incredibly funny. He can also be a bit wicked, a bit cynical, which not always, or let's say, his jokes can be bite, which is not always fully appreciated.
I like that. I like biting humor.
Yeah, I've seen some moments when this threatened to get out of hand, when not everyone was so happy with his jokes. But he's always searching for how far he can go, and incredibly quick.
A lot of them have a sense of humor.
Yes.
Fishy has a sense of humor. Vlad has a sense of humor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But they will, you will not hear it that easily.
Magnus has a sense of humor when not exactly at this moment, because he's a bit grumpy at the moment, isn't he? He's very grumpy.
He has a big liking for absurd humor.
Yeah.
Things if they are totally absurd, he likes it best, which also explains why very often people don't understand his humor, because
it's absurd.
It's absurd. Yeah. Of course, Anish Giri is incredibly quick-witted and very funny. Quite a few.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't like to give them a humour beauty contest, really. That's
a stand-up competition.
Stand-up competition, yeah.
Well, but actually, I think these days we have a couple of these youngsters that are incredibly quick-witted and funny. Maybe even more than
MVL is funny as well.
Yes,
you know.
yes.
So
how funny was your generation?
Hikaru can be funny, yeah. So my generation, who was funny? Valery Salov, yeah. He was funny.
For a while.
For a while. Yeah,
and it's
before he lost it. Yeah.
Which was not so funny.
Yeah, that was not so funny. Interesting. 97, I'm expecting, from Levon Aronian. He's played it. Okay, so if we come to the Wesley So game, Bishop B7, he's manoeuvred his knight round this way. And basically black has to play Bishop D5. He could play Rook B8, but that would be ugly. And that anti-positional, it would allow White to capture a bishop, and he can claim a small advantage after that.
Yes, and you want to keep your influence on the white squares on the queen side. I mean, you don't want to go, let's say, to E4 and G6. I mean, it has to be on this diagonal.
Yeah,
right?
I think you'd want to go like this, and then you would place some move like Rook C8, E4, probably can even consider putting it on C4, not absolutely stupid. That's a sort of a change of plan, really. Knight C4 is not so idiotic. I doubt whether Fabi will be too bothered about this stuff, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd play bishop d5. I would definitely play bishop d5. Okay, if we go to the Kramnik game, Kramnik, who played an uncharacteristically poor game in the previous round.
Yeah.
Not only did he miscalculate, he completely misassessed. Even after the game, he didn't really grasp.
That was the worrying thing.
Yeah, he didn't really grasp what was going on at all. After the game, it was obvious when he came in to the commentary. Look, all great players, they make errors. They make errors from time to time. But I mean, he just seemed to be so far off the mark that something to be concerned about. But at least he's had a free day to overcome the pain of that defeat and recover. So actually he's put the bishop on d3, and eventually it's come back to c2. Doesn't look terribly impressive. The only possible advantage that White has in this position is that it's actually the position of the pawns in the center. So he's got these two pawns abreast, and against these pawns, which are only a tiny fraction more passive. But what it means is that White is dictating a little bit better in the center. I mean, he can decide usually when to take on e5, or perhaps even to push d5, although that makes little sense at this exact moment, but in general. But it's those pawns in the center that are, if White has an edge at all, it is for that reason. However, this maneuvering looks very cumbersome, very ponderous.
Yeah.
And he's behind in development. So it's a question of whether Magnus can exploit that.
Well, which may be a good moment to pay attention to your poll on Twitter, Nigel.
Yeah, my poll on Twitter
received a lot of reactions.
Yeah. So I've actually had two polls. I had a poll a couple of days ago. That one finished, and
you could give us an update on that.
I'll give you an update on that. I'll do exactly that. And my question was, both of my polls have been on Magnus Carlson. So my poll on June the 12th was with 4 rounds remaining.
Yeah.
How many games will Magnus Carlson win Norway Chess 2017? And 15% went for 3 to 4. 34% went for 2 victories. 33% for 1, and 18% said he was not going to win any single game in the Altibox Norway 2017. Now, I think if we conducted a poll today, that figure of
3 and 4.
The people going for just 1 victory or no victories at all, that would rise definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be amazed if Magnus wins his last 3 games from this situation. So that one was completed. 333 votes were cast. I've got a new poll. This is at Nigel Short Chess on Twitter, and there are still 56 minutes left to cast your vote.
That's a much bigger response
it's a
now.
much bigger response. And the question is, which of the following will Magnus Carlson do first? Number 1, get married. Number 2, learn to drive. Number 3, reach 2,900. And number 4, drop below 2,800. So I encourage people to have a go at that. It's a very much larger poll, and there are 55 minutes left, and I'll read out the results in an hour's time.
Yeah, and it's not only, not just about this tournament, because the only thing he can do in this tournament is go below 2,800. All the other things, he's not very likely.
He could get married tomorrow.
Yeah, not very likely. What time does the plane for Las Vegas leave? It's interesting that this feels like an apt question.
Yeah, it's a very good question.
Who could have thought that we? Well, I was rather thinking, let's say, not dropping below 2,800, but perhaps falling back into second place, which would already be a sensation in the world. I mean, we had never imagined that might threaten.
Yeah, anytime soon. Yeah, anytime soon.
And now he's only 12, 13 points ahead of Wesley So and some days ago of Vladimir Kramnik. So the difference is unusually small. I mean,
yes,
since Magnus Carlsen's reign started, and you can also see that the way humor bounces on the web. When Anish Giri was asked a question at the press conference by you, then at some point about his chances in the tournament, he said, well, in this kind of tournament where there's so many big players, you never know who is the Jan Ludwig Hammer. And then he did very poorly in the Blitz and lost his first game. And then Magnus Carlsen tweeted
that maybe it's you. Maybe it's you.
If you can't spot the hammer, then it might be you. And now you might think that this has come back to haunt Magnus.
Absolutely.
So and who could have expected that?
Yeah.
So it's the wondrous thing about sports that even Magnus Carlsen or a champion of his stature can have such problems.
Yeah, indeed. It's hot here, isn't it? Today?
It's hot. They should bring big glasses of beer.
See, there's some champagne over there. Nicely cooled champagne on ice. So,
who was it that? Which poet said "champagne for the pain"? I like that one.
I think Churchill said that champagne should be cold and free, didn't he? He said that.
And in his footsteps, Kanye West said champagne for the pain. Okay. Shall we make a round?
Yeah.
Starting at the top. Vachier-Lagrave against Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah. Hikaru's been doing well. Tad better for Vichy. I'm not going to get terribly terribly excited about that.
For that.
Yeah, just a tad better. Again, I'm going to come back to my little theme. That formation is better than this formation. And if he should capture Queen B3, which we've seen in another game, brings a threat. So, on the other hand, Nakamura's bishop on A7 is well placed. He doesn't have any particular weaknesses, so just an edge. The next one is very interesting because this is just a this is So he played king b1. So MVL's put his king into safety. The problem with this is he's a pawn down.
He's a pawn down, and
Yeah.
I must say, even apart from that, for some reason I like Black's position.
Well, maybe. Rook e1 is a threat, a concern, let's put it like that. He could also play check immediately, but I guess the king should go back to g8. I think he has to maintain the integrity of his pawn structure, because this really f6 at this moment would be weakening, definitely weakening.
Yeah.
Rook e8, g5, with the intention of rook takes e7 check. And this type of position can start to get very dangerous with the rooks doubling. And even this is not clear at all, by the way, but it has the potential to become rather dangerous. So
can you also quietly pile up on the e7 pawn?
Yeah. That's what you're doing. That's what you're
paralyzing
doing.
Black.
Yeah. So I think he should play king g8, and maybe queen d4 check is wrong for that reason, because Black then starts to get queen c5 moves with tempo.
Yeah.
White doesn't really want to exchange too many things here.
Well,
yes. So that's very interesting. That game, definitely.
well, a position where each move has big weight, and
It does.
and also
It
move
does.
orders. I mean,
I
should be
wouldn't be unduly concerned here with. He's gone rook c1. That's interesting. He's covering that key c5 square, and he's exerting some pressure. If White captures here, he can capture back, and then he's got to watch out for h5.
Yeah.
And threats on all sides of the board. I mean, you can do this sort of thing, maybe even check. And rook e1, or you can even takes and play h5.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
It feels very dangerous. It feels very dangerous indeed. And although Black has an extra pawn, it's easier for White to play. So
can he go queen b6 to?
What, immediately?
Yeah, after rook c1, just to
Queen b6 and then rook c6.
and you get a firm grip on the.
Yes, I have grip.
Yeah. So that's a really nice move, rook c1.
Yeah, well, it's inviting. It's inviting an exchange of rooks, and he's going to need a rook and a queen basically in order to do damage. So
Yeah.
he is running out of ammunition, but he may still have enough ammunition to do the job. I mean, you only need one bullet if you're standing close enough to the guy. So one bullet to the head will suffice.
Yeah, that is correct. Okay, then we go down. You get Magnus' game, so he's taken on d4.
Yeah, that's that is an interesting question. So I'm guessing the idea is c takes d4, d5, and after e5 he wants to play knight e4, and if he takes, I'm not saying this is the best, takes, you've got you don't have this, you have something. I'm not sure what you have. Just wondering whether he wants to play with compensation, something like that. Bishop e6 and followed by bishop d5, attacking this. The bishop is well placed here. And queen d7 and rook d8 are possibilities. So that could be an idea.
To get your compensation in that pressure on the right position.
Because actually, normally you shouldn't play e takes d4 unless you have a clear follow-up, because it's a concession. You're giving the center. And what I don't like about it from his point of view is if he hesitates, he's taken. If he hesitates, then white will play knight g3, which will make it harder for that will make it very, very difficult for you ever to break with d5, and then white can slowly consolidate. I reckon he's going to gambit. He's played c5. That was the other possibility. Yeah, that's interesting, because I was just thinking about it as I was paused.
Yeah.
D5, I think should be correct. And this is it's a Benoni setup
With a bishop in a very unusual.
Yeah, the bishop is in
square.
it's in an unusual place, but maybe he just would like bishop d7, possibly followed by b5, possibly followed by c4. So yeah, maybe b5, maybe c4 might be playable, but I would tend to favor white.
Yep. Then there is Wesley So against Caruana, where we saw the bishop go to d5, bishop d2.
You were so man. Do.
Yep.
Exchanging off, and my first question would be knight
f4.
f4. Is that possible? And I start to look at such moves. Check. I'm just wondering. Probably doesn't. Probably is a little too optimistic. But then you start calculating some things like this. And yeah, possibly extricating this bishop. So I know Bobby lost his bishop in such a way.
Yeah.
But they sometimes come out, and you have to calculate very precisely.
But then this is by far not the end of the variation, because it's with all these pieces.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, yeah.
No. I'm just giving.
Oh, yeah.
Just a hint.
If it gets out, then it's a pawn. You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
If it gets out, then this is really not what White wants.
Yes.
And things continue there. I don't know. Maybe even Bishop B4 could be played.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. And
Yeah.
then,
No, it's gone the other way. Knight B4. Well, that could be a better move. He's not bad, you see.
no, he sees a lot. No, there's no
Yeah.
no
This
doubt
is
about that.
This is a better move. I'm just wondering, is he really? Can he play this? Bishop C4, and after schnoppity schnopp, take back, takes, and the point is that the bishop is not terribly well placed on this square.
The knight.
So the knight.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Apologies. It's an interesting, interesting concept. So.
Well, let them calculate that.
Maybe time for a
Yep.
short
Yeah,
break.
we have the last one.
Right.
Karjakin,
Yes.
Aronian.
Yeah. Oh wow! This got exciting. So Bishop E6. He played Knight E7, as we saw. Knight H4, hanging on to his booty. That's money, not how that word is used.
Not a small boot. Yeah.
I think they mean something else in the United States.
Oh, yeah,
with
yeah.
booty. Yeah.
Once you start shaking it.
Shake your booty. No, this is in the pirate's booty.
Shake Your Booty is a
Yeah.
great album by Frank Zappa.
Is it?
Yeah. With a shake on the cover.
Right.
Which is Frank Zappa himself.
Right.
Yep. Queen
Zappa.
E8.
Greek name, Zappa.
Yep. Zappa.
Yeah.
Alpha, Beta, Zappa.
They have that Zappion in the National Gardens. That's where they held the World Junior Championship in when it was in Athens.
And what does
So
Zappa mean?
Zappion is the building for the Zappas family. So you were talking about Frank Zappa.
Yep.
And the mothers
of invention.
Yep. You're a real mother of invention. Yeah. Okay. Takes coming in, and a little tic tac. Knight G5.
Does he want to go back to E6 and then?
Yeah, it's maybe also considering E6 and over to C5.
And then you also threaten Rook B8.
Yeah. Why didn't he take? Why didn't he take on D3 there? Maybe he wants to just to play for an attack. It's a little bit strange, a little bit weird. I don't know why he didn't take that. Was he worried about Knight A3?
I think he wants to
Queen
win
B5?
another brilliancy prize.
Well, actually, in my opinion, I mean, these things are completely subjective, because one person's view on beauty is, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I mean, it really is true. But in my own take on this tournament is that Levan Aronian has been playing in the most inspired way of everyone. He ran great risks against Danish Giri. It almost backfired. Yes. But still, he played with a lot of flair and a lot of imagination. So
in almost all his games, he's played as the Levan Aronian that we love to see.
It's attractive chess, really.
It is when he had a good result again, and Garry Kasparov tweeted, "The chess world is a better place if Levan Aronian is doing well."
Yeah,
and it is.
Yeah,
it is, because he's one of the most creative players we have.
I thought he'd gone off the boil a bit a while back. You know, he seemed to have.
He did.
He did.
Oh yeah.
And
I think he was struggling.
He wasn't even in the top 10, was he? I think he dropped outside the top 10 even at one time.
And also the impression he made was that, I mean, you didn't get the impression that he felt, "Oh, I'll be back soon."
No.
Just maybe I'm gone forever. You never know.
Yeah, sure, sure.
So that's really nice that he's showing his best chess here again. And knight g5 might be a further sign of his wish to create. Well, we can have a look briefly at taking on d3. What's wrong with it, or why?
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't do it. So I'm just thinking of moves like queen b5 here, just.
Yeah. And then b8 takes.
And you sorry?
Well, rook b8, I guess, or wait. Yeah. You have to.
You have to defend that one first.
But he wants to keep the pace, or
I think that could be a bit irritating. So you probably have to go back.
Yeah.
And this one can fall, but still, I would prefer to take that pawn and then start. Sorry, I'm not really with this position at the moment. Haven't completely got to grips with it. Maybe even play knight g5 there and then h5 and so on. So I would rather do something like that.
Yeah.
But perhaps he just doesn't want to give him time. He can't be bothered with that pawn. He thinks it's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
That's his view.
All right, another interesting position in Levan Aronian's game. And on that happy note, we briefly leave you for a short break. We'll be back soon. Keep sending us questions, qa@norwaychess.com. Keep filling out Nigel's poll. You still have a couple of minutes to do that.
That's right. Nigel Short Chess. Yeah, that's it. I've got the Winston Churchill quote. It's champagne should be dry, cold, and free. He was a genius, wasn't it?
way ahead of his time. Except for the fact that he was drinking whiskey in the morning. Not so sure if that's a good idea. But he could handle that. So
thank you, Matthias. I'll send that in.
A brief break, and we'll be back soon.
Inspired by the city of Ålesund, the Scandinavian Art Nouveau capital on the west coast of Norway, the Fondorn timepiece, an elegant, high-quality watch with clean lines and Art Nouveau-inspired dial, protected by a beautiful sapphire crystal. The slim, surgical steel case contains a premium Swiss movement. It's water-resistant up to 5 ATM. Elegant yet strong. The Fondorn timepiece comes in 4 different color options and is delivered to you in a beautiful wooden box.
Welcome back to sunny Stavanger, where we are following round 7 of Altibox Norway Chess 2017. All games still in progress, no surprises there. We have 3 Italian games, and we have a game that puzzled you a bit, Nigel, the one between Sergei Karjakin and Levin Aronian, where it looked like Levin Aronian could take back the pawn that had temporarily disappeared from the board. And he didn't. He was looking for more, and you thought, why doesn't White play H4 and Queen E4?
Yeah,
that's what I would do.
That's in a blitz game. That's exactly what I would do in a blitz game.
Yeah.
Centralizing, driving the. You bring your queen off a bad square.
Yeah.
You centralize. You threaten to exchange queens, going into a winning endgame with an extra pawn. Easy.
Yeah, and let's not forget you're playing Sergei Karjakin, who is a tough customer. Who
Cookie, I believe, is the technical term.
Yeah, customer slash cookie.
Yeah.
So a bit puzzled by that.
Yeah. So Queen E4, Queen. Look, after this, I mean, it's possible to play takes Rook B8, which forces this, and then you can put the knight on C5, and you have some pressure, but the A pawn is weak.
Yeah.
And also, White has a clear plan of playing F3 and bringing the bishop back. So I wouldn't be happy with this. So I'm not quite sure what, I've been praising Levon to the skies, and I don't
That's
know.
always dangerous.
It's always dangerous, yeah. I have no idea what he's up to be honest.
So that's, and let's not forget Levin Aronian, he is one of the 2 leaders, playing very impressively.
And he's a pawn down against...
one of the most solid players in the world.
Yeah.
Then we have the other leader, and that is, where is he?
He's disappeared.
There he is. Hikaru Nakamura, who's playing black against former world champion Vichy Anand.
So here we've got something, we left it somewhere around here, after D4. And he decided to take, and Queen D7, so this is not quite defending directly, it's defending indirectly. This one could be met by bishop B6, followed by rook B8. Oh, then there's knight C4 is a problem. He could also play rook B8, queen takes, bishop takes D4. With play, but is not absolutely convincing. So I'm struggling at the moment. I'm failing to analyze all of this. He played knight. No, I'm a bit at a loss as to. He could also, after Queen D7, Queen takes B7. Perhaps he can do it this way. Takes. Takes. Here. Takes is forced. Bishop takes D4, and then move this somewhere. That looks like better compensation.
Yeah, bishop to C5.
Bishop perhaps to C5. Knight B3 is possible there.
Rook B4.
Knight takes C5.
Because you attack the queen as well.
Yeah, attack the queen. So anyway, that has passed by for reasons I haven't completely understood. Queen D7, knight f1, takes, d5. And this was the idea I was suggesting. These moves are coming quite quickly. d5, e5, and the knight into e4. That was what I was suggesting in the Carlson game. That was as a gambit. And here Hikaru's played to open up the position. Takes. And strategically, this should be slightly better for Vachier-Lagrave. It's a question of how he tries to consolidate. So bishop d2 is a move. Queen d3 is a move as well, just blockading that pawn. Not really threatening to take it. So
Yeah.
even a move like, I prefer bishop d2. And just coordinating my pieces, and you can even push with e6 at some point, although I would rather not do it just yet.
So you have a slight preference for...
Yeah, no, I definitely prefer white in that game. Yeah, definitely. I think he's got a little something.
Well, which also shows that how close this tournament is, even if we have two leaders who are leading by 1 full point. Suppose they lose today,
Yeah,
which is, well, not impossible.
yeah,
Then suddenly practically everyone, well, maybe a couple of people excluded, can still win the tournament.
yeah. That's true.
So way too early to look for winners. There was another game where someone sacrificed a pawn, and we're wondering how much compensation he has for that. That's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He has 6 pawns, and his opponent has 7 pawns. But how dangerous are White's threats?
Well, he's entered. And now the question should be, well, Black has to look for a plan. And
To shake off that pressure.
Yeah, it looks like he should play e5 to me. That does weaken this rank, but with e5 you also cover the f4 square, so there's no easy point of entry.
But as you say, there's a new weakness on f7 then?
Well, yeah, I'm just wondering whether he can take.
That one.
It's a slightly risky choice. And then we have who knows, maybe he can even take here. That would be risky, but everything's risky. If h5, I capture, which I don't think and if we take back rook a8, just trying to remove that annoying rook, and also getting some threats down the a file.
Yes.
So it's a sharp position, but looks like my impression is that he's got it under control, Anish Giri. Maybe h takes g4 is not necessary. Maybe you should play rook a8 immediately and not worry about. Oh, he's gone there. He's played the greedy, materialistic way, which could be risky. Queen d4 check. I like. Queen d4 check.
Okay, so you have to choose f6 or king g8.
With f6,
G5.
we can play rook e1.
And that hurts. King, what? That quickly runs out of hand, right?
That gets very dangerous in no time at all.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you're threatening queen takes f6 check. So this is a bold move. After queen d4 check, you probably have to put your king. I think f6 is not possible. You probably have to put the king back on g8. Then it's a great. Now there's an important variation. Rook e1. And perhaps you can take this.
Here you take on.
Takes on e7, takes back, takes here.
You mean you have the e8 square covered?
Well, I'm saying I've got that one covered, and perhaps I can just take.
And queen f6, rook.
Queen f6
h7.
and rook h7.
And you feel that white has gone too far?
Well, it's interesting, actually. You know, chess has changed quite a lot since my day. That I know there was a tendency in my day that very often people would reject things. They would look at a few moves and then they would say, that looks dangerous, and they avoid it.
Yeah.
And the calculation just goes deeper and further on, and people are fearless. And even if it looks suspect, if they can't see a clear refutation, players just go for it. I think that's one of the areas where chess has changed over the past few decades. That there are far more players like Anish Giri who are, they're prepared to take it on. If they don't see a clear refutation, they trust their own calculation.
Yeah.
They're not trusting their opponent.
Well, and trust their preparation, because it was clear from the way he made his opening moves that this was what he was hoping for. And you can see it at the time they've spent. Maxime has these attacking chances, but he's also down to 40 minutes. But still, I think Black has to tread very carefully.
Yeah, and also I don't think it's after Queen d4. I think so King g8 I think is right. There are other moves. You can also just play Queen e4, controlling the squares. There's no point of entry for the Queen g4 can be met by f takes g4, and you're threatening rook takes e7, sort of. But he probably just goes on.
Yeah, this is the activity he has opted for.
Yeah, he's gone a5 and a4, and he's saying, well, you better, okay, Mishko, you better do something quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, and maybe there are situations where White can force a perpetual or.
Oh yeah. I mean, White is not lost by any stretch of the imagination, but gone g5, now might be the right moment for e5. In fact, I like that, e5, right now. Gain some space.
E5.
Yeah. The final frontier.
Oh, we've seen so many of those. Yeah.
To boldly go.
Apparently,
Did they, when you were doing English at university, did they teach you to boldly go, or was that frowned upon? Or was that frowned
boldly
upon?
go.
Was it frowned upon to boldly go?
No. It was encouraged.
You were okay. Split infinitives. They were all right, were they? No problem with that.
Anything that.
Well, you're from liberal Holland, where everything is possible, isn't it?
Even boldly go into this night. Yeah. Apparently, the computer likes a4 now.
Not altogether surprising.
Yeah. Because White has to. Well, let's not forget he also has to prove something. Do you want a question?
Yeah, let's have a question. Yeah. Shall we just have a quick? We'll come on to that very, very soon. Let's just have a very, very quick look around, and then.
That okay, so not missing something.
Yeah. So we've seen Anand Nakamura. Nothing has changed there. I think a bit better for Anand, according to my views. The Kramnik Carlson has gone roughly along the lines that I expected. So it's a good Benoni if there is. I mean, if that's not an oxymoron.
If he cannot play b4 with an advantage, or
if you get black wants to play, if white, you mean something like takes. Has he done that? Or did I just make that move? I was a bit confused. No, I just made it. So take b4. Those are typical ideas, and you're trying to get control.
Well, there you go.
b4, I'll bet you.
I'm not taking that bet.
You're not taking it.
I think many people would go b4 here.
Unless he's going to go queen d2, and no, he can't go queen d2 because of bishop a5. b4, there we are.
We knew it before.
You had a chance to lose some money there, Durkan.
And I didn't.
Why didn't you take that one?
That's common sense in chess. One day someone should turn that into a book.
Yeah. That's a good title. Catchy title.
Catch a title, right?
Yeah.
So, how do we see this Nigel?
Yeah,
Is it
okay.
Well, I think Magnus is...
He's doing all right.
Yeah.
Queen a7 or something. Queen a7.
Yeah. Why not? Okay.
And he wants to take with the bishop, and should be all right. Should be all right. It's true that not every game in the Benoni has been lost by black.
No.
It should have been the case with accurate play, but
okay, but accurate play, that's not so easy.
Yeah. Who was it? It was it Alexander? Was it CHOD Alexander who said that if God played God in the Benoni, then White would win. But at any level lower than that, black has good chances, Well, there's something in that.
Just look at the people who played the Benoni. So Kasparov played the Benoni. Fischer.
Tal, Fischer.
Gashimov, let's not forget Fugar Gashimov.
Fugar.
who was a great Benoni player.
Aficionado.
Yeah, one of the most
An
creative.
aficionado.
creative
I just said that for our technician, Jose.
Yeah, who also is an aficionado.
He's an aficionado.
Very good. Yep.
Such a beautiful language, Spanish, isn't it?
Yeah, and it helps if you're drunk. So, sorry, Jose. I was just. So Wesley So against Fabiano Caruana.
They've also got some good wines.
The Spanish. Yeah.
Boy, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ribera del Dueros.
Yeah. I prefer them even more than Italian. Is that swearing?
Yeah, I think
It's allowed to say that. It's not actually.
I'd go for let's say most of. But
anyway, they're all good.
many of the Italian wines are not known abroad because they drink them themselves.
Ah, right. That's the point.
Which is understandable, but not entirely fair. So this is what you were looking at now.
Yeah. So he's done it.
The other way. Yeah.
The other way. Yeah. So he's done it. Yeah, but now the knight is no longer on a bad square. On the other hand, he has got these pawns in a good position, and if you can exchange off the dark squared bishops, for example, king e6, bishop e5, black would have a good position, but looks playable to me. Looks definitely.
I mean, still some minor details to solve, but on the whole, nothing to worry about. Nothing to really get worried about.
Yeah, I would go king e6 and with bishop e5. There could be some little problems here. You sometimes have to watch out for b3 as a sort of tactical idea. But not. Magnus played queen a7.
Yeah.
I can play like an out of form Magnus Carlson.
So that really was a 2800 plus recommendation.
That's it.
Yeah.
And there have been, just have a quickie at this, because this is a knight e6, queen e4, queen h5. So he kept the pieces on, and then he's just gone. And I guess he's hoping to win a pawn back.
Which might well happen.
He probably is going to win the pawn back. He could well lose his coordination. That's the issue.
Or at some point his pawn on a5 again.
So possibly even a move like queen f3. And just to play rook e1. And the thing is that any endgame here is extremely unpleasant for black. Take the queens off, and he's got to be concerned about this a pawn. So, and the bishop on f6 at the moment is biting on granite.
Yeah, looks very pleasant for white.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It does. So, possibly a little bit too fanciful.
Yeah, you're tempted to think that he was carried away by his inspired mode.
Yeah, and such moves like g5 there are usually met by queen h3, and it feels better for white. Perhaps I'm over-assessing this. Perhaps it's not that bad. But I would be concerned with black.
Yeah.
Because that bishop is definitely worse than the knight here. All right, let's have some questions.
Yeah, this is a question. Well, it quite soon turns into a full-fledged interview. It's from Kostas Termentsoglu, if I pronounce that correctly, from Servis in Greece.
Yep.
Who tells us he is a 61-year-old Greek and a great fan of yours. I mean, that's you for the past 30 years or so.
Oh, great.
So
great.
it's some sort of a jubilee.
Okay.
Thanks for the valuable insights you're providing us.
Thank you, Costa.
Well, I have a question for you. And then follow 4 questions.
I have a question.
Your attacking chess against Garry Kasparov in the World Championship match, especially with the white pieces, was second to none. In retrospect, would you say that your ability to improvise over the board was at its peak then? And then I give you all 4, then you can choose one. So what was it like facing an opponent as formidable as Garry Kasparov?
Terrifying.
Did you feel intimidated, awed, or utterly inspired?
Intimidated.
Intimidated. So you choose intimidated?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
I don't consider my match against Gary to be the high point of my career.
You say
I can consider tonking Karpov to be the high point of my career, and that is in fact statistically the high point of my career.
Yeah, that was the candidates match in
Yeah.
Spain.
In Linares.
Good old Linares.
Linares. That's the place where and you wrote a book on Linares.
Because it was so much fun in the 90s.
It was so much fun. And that's the place where nobody there could pronounce the S on the end of Linares.
Well, and another thing which
Jose is looking at us in disgust, I must say.
But later Jose has to explain to me why Rentero, the chief of the tournament, he wouldn't say Karpov, he wouldn't say Karpov, he would say Karpot. And he would say Kasparov.
Oh, this I don't know.
Yeah, Kasparov and Karpot.
This I didn't know.
And I have no idea why that was. But a great man, Luis Rentero.
It was great. Oh, it was a wonderful place there.
Yeah.
You go up and down the Paseo because there was nothing else. There was absolutely bugger all else to do in Linares. You go up the Paseo, and then you have these kids coming up to you, and they say, "Firma, firma," so autograph, and you had to. So, and they'd hand you something, and you realise you'd already signed it about 10 times. So the moment they saw any foreigner there, they went up to them and firma.
Yeah, and this was something that particularly a player like Garry Kasparov could get annoyed about.
He did.
The kids, they very much preferred Vasily Ivanchuk, who would happily give them 30 or 40 autographs.
Yeah.
And probably I told you that this moment I was talking to Garry Kasparov outside the hotel.
Stop doing that. Behave.
And then some of the kids they came to ask for an autograph.
Yeah.
And he tried to shy them away. He said, "Oh, just go away." And then they went back 1 meter and they started shouting, "Ivanchuk!" Ivanchuk! And I love that. Because for some reason they knew that annoyed him,
Right. Okay. Oh, but sorry, by the way, do you want the result of my poll?
Yes, I was just going to ask you.
So, my poll, which of the following will Magnus Carlson do first? 19% said he will get married.
19.
19. 23% said he will learn to drive. 20% said he will reach 2,900. I think that's rather optimistic at the moment.
Yep.
And 38% said drop below 2,800. My own little bet is he'll get married first. I don't think he'll drop below 2,800. Not for a while. He's
no.
a little bit off form here. This is it's a minor blip. It's not a fully blown crisis. He is a brilliant player, and I think people get influenced too much by the current events, and they extrapolate from on the basis of a few games.
Well, probably it also depends on how eager he is to marry, and let's not forget, it might also depend on
his victim.
On his victim, if she's ready for that.
Right. Okay.
But I can tell you that from the way he answered your question about his driving license at the opening,
it didn't look very promising. That
it didn't look like that was his biggest dream in life.
No. I thought that was the least likely, actually.
Yeah. I think he probably thinks, well, there's always the option of getting a driver, pay him, and I mean, he has a car, so he only needs someone to drive it.
Well, that's it.
And for the moment, his father is very happy to drive it.
It's funny, actually, because most people I know, they learn how to drive and then they buy a car.
Yeah.
But Magnus has bought a car and that's it. Well, he hasn't learned how to drive and doesn't look anywhere near.
It's probably because someone has told him, if you want to marry, you first have to get a girl. So he thought, let's first get a car. And I mean, this was this famous discussion between Misha Tal and Bobby Fischer.
Right.
Where they were speaking about the prices of a car, and Bobby Fischer was thinking if he could spend that money better on getting a girl from somewhere from the Far East, and which might be cheaper than a car. And so that was an interesting comparison.
All right. He was in favour of chattels then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And Alina Batarai from Nepal wants to know why doesn't Magnus attend the press conference.
Well, he does. He does. It's just we're low in the pecking order. We are. Well,
we are quite high in the pecking order, but but once
we're not first.
We're not first. That's TV2 who are co-sponsoring this event, or they bought the rights.
Yeah.
But let's say the things that he's been saying there, didn't make you exactly envious the last two rounds, because he would just go there and try to get out of there as quickly as possible. It's clear that
he's not a happy bunny at the moment, is he?
Yes, he doesn't know what exactly is going on, because if he knew what he could do to mend the situation, he would do it.
And maybe not that much is going wrong. If his expected score is +1, then
to keep his rating.
To keep his rating. Yeah. Okay, let's be realistic. You know, he's a great player. Let's not put pressure on him. A result to keep his rating. Yeah. It's okay. He only needs +1. And sometimes you've just got to give credit to your opponents. Levon Aronian played a brilliant game against him. Played a great game. So if that had not been played, Magnus would be sitting on 50%, not the most inspired 50%, but at least he would be in striking distance of maintaining his rating.
Yes, but what obviously frustrates him is that in none of the games,
he's got absolutely nowhere. Actually, that's true.
So he's clearly annoyed.
Yeah,
more with himself than with anything else.
We trust.
Well, this is a question from Sam Thompson. Do you believe that the loser of the World Championship match should automatically be seeded into the next candidates tournament? Well, which is the case now. I've got nothing against that. I mean,
why not?
I mean, you've gone that full stretch, and let's say in the case of Sergei Karjakin, we saw what a great fight he put up in New York, and there's 8 spots to be given away for the candidates tournament. And why should
Can you not buy them?
you can also buy them? In fact, you can.
You can.
Yes.
Yep.
You have to.
And why would that be, Dirk Jan? Why do we have a situation where pure greed and lucre come before sporting merit? Can you explain that to me?
Yes.
Without being sued?
No, I think it is all connected with the difficulty of finding sponsorship for such events, the candidates tournaments. So one of the possibilities is that if you, I mean, we've seen it in London, the candidates tournament there, which was a great event.
Right.
There, the sponsor was from Azerbaijan, which got Taimur Rajabov a spot in the
wild card.
which actually, I mean, Taimur was a great player, but in fact it worked against him because he had a very bad result there, and in fact he's been struggling to get back on his feet ever since.
Yeah.
And actually yesterday we got a question that we didn't find time to answer, but one of our viewers said, well, I used to like Taimur Rajabov as a player. What happened to him?
Yeah.
And maybe that was some sort of kiss of death, the giving a free spot in the candidates, or was it coincidence that this happened at this time in his career?
He's got a rich wife.
Yeah, but other people have rich wives.
Who?
Beyonce. I mean,
what do you mean? You got that wrong.
no, Jay-Z has a rich wife. Yes, but you think that undermines his ambition?
Yes.
It could, but I don't know.
Yeah.
So that's a theory, which probably is a good moment to start thinking about quiz questions.
Oh, quiz questions.
Because it's 6 o'clock and it's around this time.
Right.
Let's see if
can I ask?
you can ask anything.
I can ask anything. Can I have my unofficial question?
Yes, but then please tell the viewers that they shouldn't, because some of them started to reply to.
Oh, really?
to
Really?
How many,
this is an unofficial question.
How many of the players were able to tie their tie, and which still is an interesting question.
Yeah. There is a. Can I be a bit parochial? Can I be parochial?
Yes.
I like parochialism. All in favour of parochialism. The English Chess Federation Player of the Year has been. They're redoing the voting system this year because of attempts to manipulate the voting.
That's.
So my completely parochial question is: when was the last time I won ECF Player of the Year?
Before the internet?
That's your unofficial question. If you manage to answer that, that would be that.
Well, it brings you nothing.
It brings you nothing.
Well, surely you have a book at home that you can sign and send out.
Yeah, I'm sure I can do something like that. Yeah.
But let's first go to the.
I can send them an ECF yearbook. I think that's
just to punish them double.
Okay. Now, what's our question? Seriously.
No, first we have yesterday's question, which was how many of the participants in Altibox Norway chess brought seconds to Stavanger? Some, seconds, assistants, trainers, whatever you call them.
And not mothers.
And not mothers. And the answer is 5. Well, of course, it was a tricky question because you couldn't check this one on the internet. Because you could check which of them have seconds, but they don't necessarily bring them here. For instance, we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who is working with Etienne Bacro, but Etienne is not here.
Yeah.
So the correct answer, the number of seconds that is here in Stavanger is 5, and. More specifically, it's Magnus Carlson, who is accompanied by Peter Heine Nielsen, Then it's Fabiano Caruana, who has Rustam Kazimjanov with him. Then Vichy Anand has the Polish Grandmaster Gajewski, whose first name reads like George or Gregor or whatever, but it's pronounced Jagosz Gajewski, or Gayu for friends.
Right.
But Jagosz Gajewski.
It's got a lot of
Funny
consonants in it, doesn't it?
It's an unfair number of consonants.
Yeah,
Hikaru
all after the other.
Hikaru Nakamura has Chris Littlejohn with him, as so often before, and Anish Giri is accompanied by Eamon Lamy, Dutch Grandmaster.
Chris Littlejohn.
Then
From Sherwood Forest, isn't it?
yes, maybe. Who knows? And the winner is from Birmingham, England, which from a region that you know so well, Nigel.
Yeah.
And the name of the winner is Fisayo Ogunsanwo. Fisayo Ogunsanwo. I don't know where the emphasis is exactly.
Yeah.
But you get a 1-year subscription to New in Chess.
Well done.
Both paper and digital, Fisayo. And we will contact you. We will contact you to find out your address and further details. Which takes us to the next question, which is
Tell us where your name is from. I reckon that's a Nigerian name.
Okay, yeah.
That's my guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, tell us the origin of that name.
Yes. So now the question of today is, in round 6, Magnus Carlson started his game with the moves d4 and bishop f4.
Right, okay.
So far the world champion's score has been highly disappointing, but he has not lost his sense of humor. In the confessional he joked that he had forgotten his glasses and that in fact he had wanted to play another opening, but failed miserably. So the question is, which opening did he say that he wanted to play?
Oh, that's a good one. I like that.
So
I like that question.
So
great.
we thank Tarja. Well, I shouldn't give any leads how people can find this. It can be found. It's out there. But
brilliant question. That is a great question. I like that.
Send your answers to.
I reckon he was fibbing.
Yeah. You can send your answer to quiz at norwaychess.com, quiz@norwaychess.com, and tomorrow we will tell you who the winner is and give you a new question.
Yep.
Good. Back to the games. Or
Sure.
Oh, a quick round, and then we're going to drink Coke. Or what?
Okay, let's have a look. Right. Wesley So against Fabiano Caruana. He, as I mentioned, we had this position. I mentioned that Black wanted to exchange the bishops. He played bishop b4. And I preferred king e6 and bishop e5 on the principle that you force these off. So there's a little bit of shuffling around, and now he's taken here. And now it's a question of tic-tacs, because if he takes, rook d1 happens, and after rook d8, I'm guessing. Oh, does he have this move? Could that be a bit of a tickler? That could be a bit unpleasant.
If you take? No, you cannot take. That looks unpleasant.
So he has to somehow do something else, like king e6, and then we play bishop f3, and after rook d8, I play
again
b3. And that's awkward.
Pretty awkward.
That is awkward. You also have rook. Rook d2 as an idea.
Yeah. So we'll see.
How he's doing.
Well, here we have Vachier-Anand against.
Yeah, I'm a bit mystified there. Honestly,
you think something seriously went wrong for
yeah,
Fabiano? Well,
it looks like he's just winning material.
yeah, because there's no tricks with d4 or anything. You just take it. So.
Well, maybe you can do something. Maybe you can get. Okay, let me just try something. Just let me try and make some moves. Takes. You can even play e4 there. No, you can't play e4 because of d3 winning. So you take something like this.
And
You
hoping
could
for
do-
the opposite colored bishop.
Yeah,
so.
you could be able to get something like this, which you might be able to hold.
Yeah, so that might be
Yeah.
the answer that Black
Yeah.
hopes to rely on the opposite
yeah,
colored
because
bishops.
I think he's basically looking for something like this to save his skin. Fabi's very good at calculating these things. But that I don't see another prospect. He's trying to just hang on
Yeah,
doggedly.
doggedly. Is that how he plays Avalon as well?
Doggedly.
Doggedly.
Do you have a dog, DJ?
No,
No, you don't.
never had, never will. Oh, that's not true. Right.
Okay, so he went. So he went e6 directly. This is that I was thinking about e6, but I wasn't. I thought that was perhaps premature. That's what I thought. Bishop d2 is what I liked, but Vichy's just gone straight in. Direct, and so you have Queen f7 is a slightly awkward pin. Looks like rook e1 should be
You have to
played.
play that. Yeah.
Yeah, and now rook e8. And I don't know, Queen d5 and Queen e4 is that would be my.
But you feel this is
it's
not
Queen,
the.
Queen f7 is a bit. That's slightly annoying actually. Now I'd go rook e1 to kick off with, and perhaps you can play bishop d2. Perhaps you can do something like bishop d2 and play bishop b4. That could be an idea. Should be okay for black. Should be okay for black, I think. Queen d5. This could be a transposition. Not necessarily, actually. After rook e8, he can play rook d6.
Yeah, so the.
So he's just
and is that because Black has defended well, or that you feel that?
I didn't like e6 that much, but
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
That's my personal view.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at.
So what happened here? We had that one. Then there indeed was the check. H7. Okay.
So he's.
And now apparently both B3 and E5 are very good for black.
Yeah. Why is E5 good? I can see what's wrong with this move, because here you have this very important
Check on F.
check. It's pretty awkward. Very dangerous because the king is so exposed. Why can't you take this?
Yeah, maybe
here.
that, yeah.
Yeah, this move. B3.
And
That's a bit of a nuisance.
yeah,
That's a lot of a nuisance. Because the threat is checkmate to your king, sir.
which which might well end the game.
It used to in the old days.
In the old days. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So something to think about for
Well,
first
MVL.
for MVL, but first it's still Anish Giri's move.
Right.
B3 is another strong option.
Yeah. Probably with the intention of then playing E6.
Yeah.
So it's good prep and good calculation, it appears,
Yeah.
by Anish Giri.
Yes, but let's not forget that he had a very nice position day before yesterday against Wesley So, and then failed to convert that one. Although that may have been a more complicated position. Let's see. What about the other leader, Levin Aronian, who seemed to be playing such a nice opening and then forgot to take a pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks much better for white.
Yeah, so got back that pawn on h4. How dangerous is Black's play on the king's side? Is g4?
Maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe my first impression is very good for white, but now I'm looking at g4, g3, and this starts to be pretty damn dangerous, actually.
Yeah.
And rook g6 can be met by king h7, so it's not, you can't keep that
Yeah.
down. And if you have to play such a move, queen h3, it looks like black is going to... oh, he's got rook g6.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. So my first idea is rook g6.
So probably more resources for black than...
I'm confused now. King h7. So yeah, I've been wrong. Not for the first time in my life, apparently.
It doesn't matter if you've been right many times as well.
Yeah.
At some point you get some balance. Well,
Yeah. So rook e1, rook b8, just tying him down to b2. The knight goes this way, and now he says, okay, you've gone queenside. Now I'm shoving this up the board. And bishop g7 clearly protecting his f-pawn with the rook so that he can play g4. And after such a continuation, queen h3 takes d5, schnoppity schnopp, queen takes. There is suddenly the bishop, which I've been saying is out. It suddenly starts to play a part. d4 can be met even by c5. It's a thematic break. And it looks as if...
Well, you first have to cover the h6 pawn, right? Then.
There is play, but actually a5, a6, a7, a8 equals queen is a plan.
Yeah.
Also needs to be considered. So anyway, it's not gone that way. So what's wrong with king h7 here?
That would seem the normal move.
Yeah. And after queen e4, can I not play here?
You can. Yeah, so tense game and
Very tense game.
Sergei Karjakin down to 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, so interesting. So Levon, maybe he's super inspired. Playing with flair.
Still looks like it.
And understanding yet again.
Yeah. This might very well be his tournament from the way...
And there's another possibility. I just had a glance over here, which I'm trying not to do in general, but there's also the possibility of just switching back altogether. And that covers the e4 square. And now king h7 wins the exchange.
Yep. Interesting stuff.
Yep.
And if he wins this today, he's actually very close to...
Right, cool. We've got excitement in the Carlson game. Yeah, Kramnik. Yeah, okay.
So we left off here, b4, queen a7, a 2800 plus move.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Uh-huh.
And now...
Whoa!
Whoops.
Whoa. Takes. Wow.
And...
That was a bit of a Susan Pollock comment there.
So there is
so let's have a
little
look.
thing on f2, but how...
Okay, let's go in. Bishop takes f2. Let's try and use our brains for once. It's much easier using the engine, isn't it? But just for kicks, we can
just
try.
for kicks, use your brains.
So, if we go king h1, can we do king h1 there? How is that? King H1.
Well, then you take on G3, I guess.
And I go here. That's with a threat.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
give you a warning.
No, no.
I'll give you fair warning.
Queen
Or
C3.
Queen C3. And now, interference.
How unfair.
But you can play Queen takes E1 check at the end of that, and that's not completely clear.
Well, so this has been played.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. So how is this? Takes here. Takes. It's not forced, by the way. Just playing around. Here. E5. And this looks dangerous because you're not mating anymore, and Bertrand the B pawn
Might very well.
create some threats. Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. If queen back, knight h4, and then knight f5, and then suddenly the queen the piece comes into the game. So that's very interesting. So perhaps he should play king h2. How are these things?
G5, well.
Bishop takes g3. And bishop takes g3. So if I take queen here, no, this should be no good. That doesn't look very good. I should be able to do better than that. That's not enough. There are some.
Yep.
The knight h5. Yeah, I don't know. I'm struggling a little bit.
What do the engines say?
I'd have to get the position up on a proper engine and analyze this.
Which may be a good moment to have a brief break and then come back and have a fresh look at everything.
Yep.
Yeah, very interesting developments in Magnus Carlson's game against Vladimir Kramnik, and the other games also seeing the tension mount. What's this? Oh, this is going like this. So that's the alternative that you suggested.
Oh, that's been played.
Yep.
Yeah, that's more tricky because that gives a threat, a real threat, and he has to play d4, so he can play queen d3 and protect that.
Yeah. So also interesting, and finally in Giri's game, what have we seen? So king g8, f5 takes king c2.
Oy, oy, oy.
That's also wild.
King c2.
Just wants to walk over.
He just wants his king on d2. It's the safest square on the board, but that looks... Not quite sure what he's doing.
And then
you want to play king b3 or something.
Let's see.
Yep.
A lot of exciting stuff going on. We'll be back soon, and Nigel's going to check the Carlson position with an engine and to get a better grip on that.
Yeah,
because
I'll
it's
do that.
very
Yeah, it's-
complicated.
Yep.
And we'll be back shortly.
There are a million reasons to walk through our door. Important or not, here are some more. Is it the smile that greets you, or the view outside? The 24-hour room service, we let you decide. Do you need to escape? Simply get away. To work when it's night, and sleep when it's day. Relax, unwind with the people you love. Maybe that's your reason, and none of the above. To visit something old, or discover something new? Our local knowledge will show you what to do. Passion is a word we choose to live by. Passion in our service, food, and even our goodbye. We have passion in everything we do, and whatever your reason, we'll take care of you. Clarion living, not just staying.
Inspired by the city of Ålesund, the Scandinavian Art Nouveau capital on the west coast of Norway, the Fondorn timepiece, an elegant, high-quality watch with clean lines and Art Nouveau-inspired dial, protected by a beautiful sapphire crystal. The slim, surgical steel case contains a premium Swiss movement. It's water-resistant up to 5 ATM. Elegant yet strong. The Fondorn timepiece comes in 4 different color options and is delivered to you in a beautiful wooden box.
have our first decisive result, our first result of the day. Anish Giri has won with black against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. An exciting game, double-edged.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be double-edged. In fact, this variation is very, very forcing. So I thought it would be actually a first game to finish and in a draw. But
are you familiar with this line? Are you playing this line? You played very, very quickly today.
Yeah, I have prepared this. I've in our last tournament in where it was in Moscow. Me and Maxim participated.
Yeah.
There were a lot of games on this team. First I played Boris, then Maxim played Boris, then Maxim played Rajabov. And it became topical because I've had this analysis a long time ago already, but it was not topical. Nobody went for this line. Yeah. And now it became topical, so I managed to get this preparation, which I already had for a very long time. But I think many people, maybe Maxim as well, did because I think there are some. Well, I mean, computer doesn't show this immediately, but if you go through this, it's a forced line. I mean, it's important, of course, to sort of go queen a5 only after he castles long.
Yes.
And it is a forced variation. I mean, one line that I remember is to give a check, for example, and now to go king b1, and then there is a variation like this, for example.
Yeah, and AB and
I think something like this. Is it already a draw, or should I make more moves? I think it's already a draw, yeah?
Yeah, no, it was some...
That's it, yeah? And that's 0-0-0.
Yeah, we showed this line in the studio. Haven't you got something more interesting?
I can give you one more. Do you want one more? Because I repeated them before the game. I can just spit them out without, just my eyes closed. Let me just do it for you, so that you believe in me. I'll just do it for the people at home, yeah?
Yeah.
Now b3 is coming. h6. Now important moment. Zero.
That's great.
But here, this move was not shown by the computer probably because of rook h8, and I think I screwed up by taking. But okay, still I'm a pawn up, and what has to prove?
And I missed. I mean, first of all, of course, Anish could play rook h8 right away.
Yeah, I absolutely don't understand why I didn't.
Yeah.
So what was going on in your preparation? Had you seen all these variations?
Yeah.
Anish is spewing out.
The problem is, I saw them, but not today.
You're not today, right? Okay.
So. And here I missed queen b5.
It was difficult for me because I was so frustrated about taking on b3 that it was very difficult to focus, because position is still very, very fine for black, but it was difficult to focus because I allowed him this c file. But I think still it's it's not so easy for him to play, because here it's funny, he doesn't really have a move, because if rook h moves and I take hg.
But that's why I like g5, but. Yeah, in fact, it just doesn't work.
It's important if you give check on d4 first, the king g8, g5, I have queen e2, I guess. That's the reason you don't do that. Because king on g8 is worse, of course, than on h7.
Yes.
But now I have this queen e2.
Yes.
So he's adopting his plans.
It doesn't work. So. And here, my first idea was queen c4, and maybe I should go for this, but.
This interesting line was queen d4, king g8, queen c4, which I actually expected because it's an endgame. It forces me into an endgame, right?
Yeah.
And bc. And I thought white has counterplay with the king. Wait, I think I mean here. Sorry, here. This is the moment, of course. Queen c4. I think I should take bc, and now king a2, king b3 is fast, and I think he has counterplay here. I don't know if it's enough for a draw, but it should be. Should be enough, no?
Yeah, no, probably I should go for this, but...
I'm not sure. Okay, this was much more exciting.
I got excited by
G5?
Yeah, this was my intention, This was a pretty move I intended. King g7. I think black is better, but I think white has, or maybe even now, maybe even tossing c5. Yeah, okay, but black is better, of course, much better. Yeah, actually what he did is very interesting, in fact. It was very interesting. I had to calculate a lot of lines here. It was not so simple. Rook f8 is good, yeah?
Yeah, rook f8 is...
Now...
something move, but
I think I was thinking about f4.
yeah, but rook a8 now.
Right now, yeah?
I think.
Rook takes e7.
And king g8.
Let's say I saw this with different move order. King g8, f5.
Yeah,
okay,
rook a8. Yeah, let's say.
E takes e7. Yeah.
Yeah, queen a0.
How do I win here?
Queen a1.
c2?
Automation. b3.
Otherwise, rook a2, of course.
Yeah.
But takes it was should be, yeah, but
I mean, I saw something like. No, rook a3 doesn't work yet.
rook a3 is there, yeah. King c2.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I was. It was not so easy to calculate. I was slightly concerned that I'll have to calculate this position
Yes.
because it's very difficult.
Yes.
Because I mean, there could be some ideas like rook b8.
b7, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, and the problem is queen a6 runs always into queen g7.
Oh.
But yeah, I mean, I think I saw some issue because this was my
Well, it's
first.
very, very tempting to do this, yeah, because maybe this will be winning for black, but I don't know. I mean, he also has a threat. Yeah, it's not like he does nothing. I mean, he wants to go FG.
So you think this is the key moment for?
Maybe no.
You have to see what the computer what the key
yeah,
moment
sure.
is.
Yeah.
But I felt
No,
this
but
was
I
really
missed, of course. I mean, after f4, king g8.
G6, I guess you planned, or
Yeah, but
And then-
take rook e6, rook f6. Sorry,
sorry, rook.
rook f6. Yeah.
Rook f6 is rook f6. No, rook f6
No, rook f6. Yes.
is
Yeah.
this. Then rook takes e7.
Yeah.
This also wins, yeah.
Queen f6, queen d3. Well, I mean, also, I mean, maybe there's another way.
Yeah, rook
but
f7, rook g6, king h7 is there in the worst case, but rook f6 is.
Yeah, but how would that win? I mean, you don't even have a threat. I mean, I go rook g5.
Queen e2. Why do I need a threat with 2 pawns? I have 2 extra pawns. I don't think I need this threat.
No, I miss queen e2.
Yeah, no, but this is much stronger. Yeah, I saw this move. Just this doesn't work. Yeah, because I just take and queen d3 check. Yeah, it's very important. Yeah. Okay, so then this doesn't work. But then, practically speaking, f4 was critical because, of course, if you go king c2, it's clear that something is already wrong.
Yeah, no, and the problem is I cannot go king a2 because I should. I mean, as a practical toy, I should go king a2, but I saw that after b3, king a3, rook c8, it's just over.
Yeah, this is bad. And of course, if you just take here, takes, king g8, yeah?
Yeah. No,
And this position is very, very difficult to play for white. Could be just very bad.
Just bad.
Yeah, this is actually a very interesting position. In the human game, it would be critical. I don't know how it is for objectively.
But it looks like it was good preparation from you, Anish. At least you knew, you were quite familiar with many of the positions here, even if you didn't get exactly what you had prepared.
Yeah, I'm not sure that helps. I mean, it's more about concrete calculation, and Maxim is a very good calculator. But today he miscalculated more than I did probably, and that's why.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, all this knowledge didn't help me from. In fact, the knowledge made me take on b3 because the move is actually ridiculous. I think if you just play rook h8, it's a lot easier to play. I think it was just a matter of calculating well.
Yes.
Yeah, but wait, because rook h8, I'm not sure it's so. Like, I mean, what if I just take and
takes?
go rook a1?
Rook a8, let's say.
Yeah, and I mean, I probably get.
a5 or something.
And I have rook 4 and something like this. I don't know. Can get.
Yeah, it's not so clear. No, maybe taking was not so bad after all.
Actually, after rook h8, I also considered always this f4, but I couldn't make it work.
Here, yeah.
It looks like bishop takes b3 is the most natural move in the position somehow.
Yeah, I mean, the thing, you understand
It clarifies the position.
My frustration comes from the fact that here he's dominating the c file.
Right.
And that only is possible because I've taken, but that doesn't.
Maybe it doesn't matter.
Maybe it doesn't matter too much.
Maybe it does.
Yeah, because now also I was considering something very strange here, like queen d4, king g8. No, not like this. I was considering g5 right away, but then you have rook c8, and I couldn't make it work. Yeah, and you just take.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just bad.
Yeah,
I was considering some sort of move like this, but
yeah, I expected something like that. I expected something like this, yeah, to sort of maintain the position.
Yeah.
I expected this, yeah. Maybe I go a5, or what do I do?
I couldn't make it work somehow.
Maybe a5. a5 is a useful move.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, but I didn't expect g5 because it really clarifies the situation a lot, and then I can just. But okay, it was close. If he would, if he goes here a5,
no, maybe
if he does this, and okay, it would be a very tense game.
I thought it just
looks like, objectively speaking, you're trying to hold the balance here, Maxim.
Well,
which you may well be doing, because obviously you have very active pieces.
Well, let's just say that was not the plan, if that's what you're implying.
It's not.
Yeah, of course, nobody wants to be in such a situation. Yeah. No, I was lucky, of course. Whenever you're preparing something, everybody's preparing, and then sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. So it's just nothing to talk about. Yeah.
Okay, so you move onto +1. Maxime, well, maybe you're going to be joined by Magnus. We will see. So not the most pleasant situation, but we've got some excitement.
Well, generally when you're sharing a spot with Magnus, it's good news, but yeah.
It's only when Hammer is there. When Hammer is there, not there, things are entirely different.
Yeah.
Okay, gents, thanks a lot for coming in and giving us your views. We'll take a very short break.
And welcome back to round 7 of Altibox Norway chess. First game finished, Giri won against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the black pieces. And all eyes now are on the game of the world champion Magnus Carlson, who again is in trouble. He has a very precarious position against Vladimir Kramnik. You think it's, objectively speaking, he's lost, Nigel?
Well, that's what the engines are telling me. I've had a look, and it's based on a not so easy tactic, actually.
But by playing Bishop F6, so he indicates that he has seen it? Or?
Yeah, I think so. The first point is that Bishop E3, this is like the most obvious move, runs into King takes H3, and after Queen takes Rook, then we have Queen G3 check and Queen G7 mate. So that's what. But A more tricky move actually is bishop g4. And sorry, not this one, not bishop g4. Bishop takes g2 is a much more tricky move. And the point is, if you take, you've got a draw by perpetual. If you take on g5, then of course this move is strong, and you can play here, if nothing else. So this is good. But after bishop takes g2, he actually has this move, which is not the easiest move to see. And after this, black can just resign. He's just completely gone, because he covers the mate, and after queen takes queen, you take back with the king. Bishop takes bishop allows knight takes f6, winning a rook. And if bishop takes e4, obviously you just take, and with knight f6 to come, yeah, the game is over, and over without any practical chance remaining for Magnus Carlson. So yeah, he is completely busted at this point. Which, if the game goes, what are the times actually?
Magnus is down. He's under 4 minutes now, and so he's in real trouble.
He's probably spotted the grim news.
Yeah,
and this, I must say, is quite extraordinary. This situation that we're in. I mean, who would have predicted that Magnus Carlson would be in such terrible trouble? It looks like queen h6 and bishop f6 should be the right move, and that's it.
There's very little to stop that.
Yeah. No, he can't do that. Queen h6, bishop g6. So he's got, but maybe d6 then, and d6.
You just walk to the other side.
d6 and d7, and you're mating. Actually, this is the point, that after here, d6. Queen d4. Actually, you can just push.
Yeah, because if you take now, then
yeah,
there is.
You can give a check if you want. It won't make any difference. You take, and then
yeah,
hakemat, as they say in Linare.
That's true.
And this is not difficult to see. These tactics, even a doddery old man can see. Oh, he's gone here, that's just desperation, because queen takes bishop.
Is enough. There is
not bishop f6, because that loses to rook h4 check and mate.
Yeah. So a last trick, but Vladimir Kramnik has time enough. 12 minutes, that should do. And as you said, Nigel, a sensational situation. Magnus Carlson, who we thought was going to have his,
have his cake and eat it? No. That's the English Brexiteers, isn't it?
The things you cannot achieve. Well, we thought this was the tournament where he was going to show the world. Finally, again, I mean, how strong he is, and
after just sort of wobbling a little bit,
not winning Wagensees, not winning in Baden-Baden and Karlsruhe, or the other way around.
Yeah,
it was high time for him to to show his colleagues that he's still the absolute number one? Well, at the moment he seems to be fully in a crisis that prevents him from doing so. He's going to be on -2, which puts him in last place probably, or shared last place. A totally unexpected turn of events.
Yeah.
And let's see. At some point, we hope that Magnus will find time or will find the courage to join us and hopefully say something on the subject.
Yeah.
But my guess is
some practical difficulties here, but not really. I mean, D6 is a good move. He's just disturbing him a little bit. It doesn't really make too much of a difference, to be honest. But only the fact that we haven't made the time control. I wouldn't just write it. I wouldn't write it off just yet. But I'd be very surprised if a player of the class, the quality of Vladimir Kramnik is going to screw this up.
Yeah. Well,
let's see what's going on in some of the other games.
Because Levin Aronian's game was pretty spectacular.
Is it finished?
No, but
oh boy, yeah.
But something has changed definitely.
We left somewhere around here with D4, and White had put this rook in on G6, which somehow I liked, but then liked it less when seeing the next move. D5 is terribly ambitious. Is that really necessary? F3, and this looks extremely dangerous. And here, I think there's a miscalculation, because I can only assume Sergei Karjakin intended rook G4, which loses on the spot to rook G4 check.
Because the F2 is a weak.
Yeah, and then you can come in here. So this is just completely gone. It even gets worse after these moves. First of all, you can play King F7, winning more material. You can also do things like this and take the knight and everything.
Yes.
And Queen E4 as well. So you're winning rooks and everything.
Yeah. So you think that was probably what he saw too late, and then he had to go for knight D2.
Knight D2, and now G4 is too strong, and it's a catastrophe on the F2 square. Total disaster. So if takes. Recaptures and its mate on F2. So this is a passive move. Rook F5, very, very good again, with the idea of swinging a rook to the H file and giving mate. So once the king has gone to G1, so he goes forward. It's a blocking move. But this apparently is very strong. So they've reached. So Black has a move to make here.
Yeah. So he has sacrificed an exchange, trusting his attack.
Yeah, but he can just play. He can play a move like. No, it's not so easy. Yes, he can play here. That's it.
Then you have to give it back, you mean, or you go to E6, but that's not a good plan. Yeah, so
No,
you have to go back.
Rook takes rook e6. I've got rook e5 check, f5 check, winning the queen, or rook takes rook.
Yeah.
So after king here, you can't capture on g. So this one runs into rook f5 check, followed by queen f3 check, and takes the queen.
Yeah.
And the other one, queen takes g4, runs into queen d3 check, and queen takes g6, and just leaving him with an extra piece. Game over.
So it looks like Levin Aronian is very close to a very important win. Which would,
and if he has to take on g7, there's absolutely no chance, because disaster will happen to his king in no time at all. King g6 and rook f5 check.
Yeah.
Or even h5, h4, h3. Everything is going to win at this point. So he's played king h7, and that's basically game over.
Well, Sergei Karjakin will definitely spend some time seeing if that is really true. I mean, we know him as a fighter till the very, very bitter end, and if there's only a 1% chance that he'll survive this, then he will go for it. But till that moment, let's have a look at Hikaru Nakamura, the co-leader.
This I haven't been paying too much attention to, unfortunately. So can't even recall where we left it. Queen d5. We had so much excitement in the other games that hadn't paid too much. Interesting idea. Typical Hikaru.
Yeah.
Going for some. It's a double-edged move, because the pawn is potentially weak. And rook e2. And this is the way he likes to play, with an attack here. So takes. So black is suddenly doing absolutely fine. And takes. So we've got this forced sequence. That's unfortunately necessary. He keeps the king back for a move. That's a clever idea. And obviously he has to take. So let's have a look. King g6. If g4 takes. If the pawn advances, rook g6. So the king goes here, and now rook c6. And for some reason,
so Vladimir Kramnik has won.
He has won. Does that mean we're not going to get Magnus in the?
I don't think chances have gone up.
No.
I mean, there's his father and his second Peter Heine Nielsen. They are rushing down to meet him.
Right.
And I don't think they're rushing down to drag him here. We'll see. But well, to begin with, let's see if he manages to say something in the studio of TV2.
Sure. And this position of Anand against Nakamura, I checking it actually with the engine. It says basically it's equal. It's going to end up in a draw. These positions, they can be won for either side. I should point out, rook and 2 against rook and 2, they're not on the same side.
No.
But it looks as if White will be able to stop the G pawn, but probably at the cost of losing his own pawn. So rook c6. I'm just looking at
They will follow Bent Larsen's advice, as you quoted him several times.
And play to the
show the audience why this is a draw.
Why? So that would be nice. Nice to know exactly. Well, this is an extraordinary event. It suddenly exploded again, hasn't it?
Yeah.
We've had rounds of extraordinary excitement.
Round 4 was...
Yeah, we had a dull round in round 5, but we've had... This is another...
very nice.
Another explosion.
Which will bring us a new... Well, the old leader, Levin Aronian, will take the sole lead by winning his game against Sergei Karjakin. That's what we expect.
Yeah. And we just have the briefest of looks. We're going to be joined by the tournament leader, Levin Aronian. I can just see him. I don't want to keep him waiting.
Nope.
But I just a quick comment that Wesley So has an extra pawn, but I doubt whether this will be sufficient to win the game. He's pressing a little bit, but that's about it. We briefly
go off air, set up,
and we'll be back in a minute or two.
Yep.
We've been joined by Levin Aronian, who, in the worst case, will be in joint first place after today. He won his game with black in quite dramatic fashion against Sergei Karjakin. Sergei, thank you very much for joining us and coming in to help us out with our understanding of this position. Another Joko piano which you have had some experience with in the World Championship, did you get the sort of position that you expected, or it went in a different direction?
Well, somehow I decided to play this line very lately, and I didn't prepare as well as I should have, because Levin played a few games here, but normally he went with the knight to b6, and I was more expecting knight d7 here. At least it was his game against Fabiano in Blitz, and
you study Blitz games, isn't that? Isn't that an error?
Yeah, but it was. I mean, it was completely normal game. Here, actually, I expected him to take on d3.
Yeah, queen b5. Yeah.
Queen b5 or knight d3. I also.
No, I thought queen b5 is precise.
Yeah, queen b5. Yeah. You probably should.
Queen g6, knight d2, and I thought you're coming back.
Yeah, but okay, in the game, I'm also coming back here.
No, I actually, honestly speaking, I underestimated that after knight d2.
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought that I can play g5, but I underestimated queen d5.
Well, you're such an animal.
Why?
You're just very aggressive.
No, G5 is normal.
I have to do something for my pawn.
G5.
Yeah.
No, but basically it was
But then I thought this should be a normal position for black.
Yeah, basically it was the game of one mistake because he played terrible move rook g6. I should have played queen h3 at any moment, basically. And for example, here.
But I thought maybe I'm slightly better here already because of f3.
Why?
No, I won't take.
You don't take?
Okay.
I have this d5 things all the time.
Yeah, you have. Yes, but okay, maybe it was more.
Probably not rook e6. I thought rook e6 is anyway. Yes.
Rook e2. But here you have g4 and bishop c3, which is maybe not a big deal, but at least I have to
maybe I can
plan
do that.
something here. Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, yeah, but here I don't think that it's so. Here, d4.
I have to say we underestimated your position, Levon, because we thought that Sergei, you stood slightly better, but it suddenly got very, very dangerous indeed.
Yeah, but it was the question of one move. I mean, I played rook g6. I hardly understand. I mean, I thought I am fighting for advantage, but in fact, it was terrible decision. And here.
Yeah, it looks lost for you.
Okay, if I manage to play d5 and rook e6, it's fine, but I don't have time.
Can you defend in a better way?
Yeah, maybe I should not have played d5.
Knight d2 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, well, then
But then g4 comes.
No, well, I'm not happy. But
no, I mean, I think the position should be generally balanced before the rook e6 or g6.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why it is better, but it's it's a sharp position.
Yeah.
I mean, there are so many decisions to make all through the game for me and for Sergei that I mean, also here. I mean, it's not easy to find out what you really want to do.
Yeah.
To understand exactly. So, and
can you come on further down to we're going to. Have to hurry you along. Can you just quickly show us the end of
but in the end, I mean, it's probably...
No, it's just
no, I understand it's
crushing attack,
crushing attack. So
yeah, because if white goes knight d2, then queen h5.
Yeah.
White will lose the rook probably. Yeah.
Maybe somehow I didn't consider. I thought king g2 is clever, but rook f8 was very strong.
Did you miss rook g4 check or not?
Yeah, somehow I missed rook f8, but anyway, I would say that.
Yeah, the position is very different.
But also this is also a terrible position for you. Yeah, queen f1, queen f5, rook e6, rook f8. I thought that this should be
probably
slowly winning with g4 ideas.
So, Levon, what do you attribute your very strong play here? Is it these evening sessions of Avalon? Do you think that's the key thing that gives you the edge here?
I think I'm fighting. I'm not playing particularly good. I mean, I'm not playing better than usual, but I'm fighting. So
you're playing aggressively.
Yes, when you're playing aggressively. I think sessions of poker with my friends prior to the tournament helped to build my aggression.
Okay, we've got some further developments in the tournament. Thanks, gentlemen, for coming in. Take a short break.
And we're back with Vladimir Kramnik, who has just inflicted Magnus Carlson's second defeat in this tournament. Improved his own position after an off day before yesterday, so immediately bounced back as great champions do. Vladimir, how happy are you with this win?
No, of course I'm very happy because I haven't won against Magnus for quite a while. First of all, well, I have to admit that I was most of the time in recent years I was having black with Magnus. I mean, it was epidemical. I think I had like out of 10 games maybe 8 blacks or something. So it's quite difficult. And that's therefore, of course, lately my performance against Magnus was not great. And well, and this time I got white. Well, I expected Magnus to go for something sharp because okay, he's in this position. Today was probably the last option. I mean, last chance for him to fight for something in this tournament. So I was mainly preparing for kind of Sicilians, in fact, and all this kind of openings. So I didn't expect that he will play his normal repertoire. Yeah. But fortunately, I used this Bishop D3. I was preparing for somebody else in this tournament. Since it's not my first Italian here, so I remembered a bit this idea. I think it's very, very dangerous move. Very strange.
So what's the idea? Explain to
It's hard to explain. It's a very concrete position. Well, the idea is that I want to get my knight on G3 and I need to manage it somehow that black is not in time to play D5. Then white will have an advantage. Okay. And it's okay.
And the essence of your advantage is what? These pawns here against the. That's basically.
And black has to, if he has equality, has to be extremely precise somehow. Because okay, if I get my knight on G3, I just have a nice advantage. So Magnus, he played in the most logical way, and H6 because difficult for D5 doesn't work still. And after H6, knight F1, okay, it seems that D5 is actually it's possible. I remember I was analyzing this move, and white has two ways actually to get some advantage. One of it, I think, was the simplest was taken. I think E4. Something like that, if I remember well. Takes, bishop f4. It's a nice position, but it's still not too bad for black. G5, bishop e5, something like that, bishop b8, takes, knight e3. Yeah. Of course, it's pleasant for white. I mean, because I have
nice blockading
f3, c4, different ideas. So, but okay, of course, that's why I think Magnus, he spent so much time because he didn't probably like d5, but at the same time, okay, it's clear that if I just settle my pieces, so he came up with ED, CD. Actually, I thought he wants to play D5.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But but E5, knight E4, because bishop E4, there is some compensation. Bishop gets to D5, but I had a feeling that this might be a very strong move. I mean, takes, and the problem is that, okay, I just started my attack with G4. C5, I always have bishop E3. And then G4, I started to think about this position, and I realized actually it's extremely dangerous for black, like bishop E3 or G4, even G5 is coming sometimes. Okay, of course it's playable, but white should be better here, in my opinion. Okay. But maybe I can also take the pawn, I don't know. But C5 actually, I mean, of course I'm slightly better, like playing bishop E3 or something, but CD, bishop D4. Okay, I have a nice position, but it's nothing so special. So D5 is a principal move, of course. And now B5.
Because it's a Benoni. And Benonis are always bad.
Yes, exactly. I like the center, I like to have the center. But now, yes, he played B5, I suppose was afraid of A5, And, I mean, this bishop on A7, it can become strong, but more likely it's not good, So B5 is a principal move, and now, I don't know, I was actually hesitating to play B4, which was very interesting, but it was not so clear. I thought even CB. No, my idea was, okay, if bishop d7 is probably bad because of rook a7. Rook a7 takes e5. I thought it looks terribly dangerous for black. But after b4, first of all, there is bishop b7, strange move.
Oh, that is strange, very odd.
Yeah, but at least now I don't have e5. But also I was not sure if just takes bishop e3, queen c7. Looks, of course, terribly dangerous, but was not sure I have anything clear here. So I went for this actually, I mean, this looks pretty forced. Bishop b6, I don't know what else, because the thing is that actually if he plays slowly, I mean, I can simply maybe mate. I mean, I was not sure if this is not mate simply. I mean, at least maybe even e5 first or queen takes h6, and it can just be made. Knight g5, knight h5 is coming. I'm not sure, but it's a very serious option. So if black waits, I mean, he can get into trouble. So bishop b6, and that was my idea. Takes, takes, b4. I was frankly expecting rook c8 here. And then was thinking maybe I can continue with the same idea. Queen d2, bishop h6, queen a7, queen a1. Yeah, when I saw this move, I mean, in advance, I thought it was very strong because, okay, Magnus said he had to play rook a8. I mean, I agree probably, but I don't think it's a good position. I mean, takes, takes. First of all, I can play slowly probably, but I suppose I was calculating this variation. Takes, 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 e5. Knight takes d5, e6. I was calculating because now bishop e8, knight e4, knight f5. I mean, knight d6 is coming. It looks awfully dangerous for black, but maybe computer, you know, will hold it.
Yeah.
But knight d6 is coming next, yeah?
Yeah.
Because f3, knight d6, I thought I'm maybe winning a piece, but I was probably mistaken because there is this move, yeah? Okay, okay, so maybe then I should play slowly. I mean, the thing is that the spin is terribly annoying. I mean, I can...
Can you play rook d1?
Rook d1, I was thinking about this, trying to prepare e5.
Yeah.
Or maybe takes first and rook d1.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't, because rook d1, rook c7, maybe takes, takes, takes. I mean, e5 was my try, but yeah, I mean, okay, if I manage e5, it will be really bad, but he should be probably quickly trying to organize some kind of counterplay like this, trying after bishop b1 to get rook a1. But I think white should be better here. I mean, somehow I'm quite sure it's better for white. But okay, of course it was the way to play, because queen c7, actually, strangely enough, he played it quickly. I was surprised because it's very complicated. Bishop takes h6.
Yes, sure. Sure.
But after the game, Magnus told me he simply blundered bishop takes h6.
Oh gosh!
I mean, this
is a bad sign.
Yeah, this is really a bad sign because, you know, I mean, it looked terribly dangerous.
Yeah,
so
sure.
I mean, I was surprised he played it quickly and bishop h6.
He just missed it.
Yeah,
that's
okay. Knight e5 possible, but it's bad. So this is very critical. Of course, I can just play some move here, like protecting the bishop. But I started to calculate in the most. You know, this is okay. It took me some efforts to calculate it, but because it's kind of sharp, but it seems to work. I mean, there are some beautiful variations because first it looks like this, but then bishop h6. This is quite beautiful. Queen c3, e5, and it's mate. I mean, bishop g3, king g3. And so I thought maybe here the only way is to play like this. And Magnus also thought, because now e5 was not working, but simply this is quite bad position. I mean, let's say takes, 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 takes. I think there is practically no chance for black because very strong bishop. I mean, pawns are not going anywhere. I will pick one of them very quickly. It's a difficult position, but objectively maybe was a better chance for. But I understand that Magnus, he went for this because at least it's, you know, at least it's sharp.
Complicated.
It's kind of more complicated. Bishop d8. I thought it was only move also. And now queen takes d6. Okay, I was hesitating, of course, just to play like queen d4 or queen b2. Of course, I mean, it's still considerable advantage for white here. But okay, queen d6. I had to calculate. Actually, again, Magnus told me that. Because I thought that what he missed was knight h5, bishop h3, rook g1.
Yes.
But in fact, he told me he missed knight h5 already.
Right.
I mean, which is also very strange because now, I mean, I saw that this was his trap, bishop h3, and then rook g1. Because, okay, now just to show to the public, this is simply mate. So bishop takes h3 is very tricky because king h3, queen e1, maybe it's winning somehow, I don't know, but there are some checks.
Yes.
But I saw in advance this very powerful move, rook g1, and it seems to be over here simply because somehow it looks dangerous, but he's got no threats. I want bishop h6, so I think bishop g5. I also thought it's only move, No, I was not sure. Maybe bishop d4 was also winning, but I think I calculated here very precisely.
This was very strong.
Yeah, because the idea is very, very beautiful. Queen g3 after bishop.
Yeah, and this is such a surprising tactic. This actually.
And actually, I was afraid that maybe he takes some pawn, but in fact he cannot even hold the piece here. I'm just taking everything.
Yeah.
I mean, this is very important resource. And another, I thought for a while about this move. King takes h3.
Yeah.
And now, okay, queen takes queen g3. Now, okay, I was a bit, worried about bishop c5. Strange move. I mean, queen d7, rook takes e4, check bishop f8. Of course, it should be lost. But then I saw very clear-cut way, rook f1. I thought.
Okay.
It's very clear,
Yes.
Queen f1, queen g3, queen e3, check, queen g3, and just over. So bishop g4 is only move, but here I think I calculated well till the end. Because bishop g6 and now d6. I mean, in fact, I'm just promoting a pawn. Because queen d4, d7, and okay, queen d7, bishop f6, and queen d6, check e5. I mean, that is a very important variation. So he took, but okay, this is completely lost, of course. Queen h6, and it's simply gone. I mean, because rook e5, I thought for but here rook a1 is very unpleasant. I mean, at minimum. There are other moves also, but rook a1 looks good enough. Just so it's just over.
At this point, his only hope is you somehow blunder before
that's
move
why
40.
That's why I took some time, because just I mean because it's clear. I mean, of course, bishop goes away is completely winning, but I mean, I mean, this is not too difficult, because now the problem is that after this, now I'm doing this. I'm coming back and it's winning.
So I have a general question, Vladimir. I mean, 2 days ago you came, you came and you spoke to us after your game against Levon, and I had the impression that you basically didn't see anything in that game. And you were miscalculating, misjudging, everything was wrong. And you've come in here today and with very accurate calculations, full of ideas, everything going well. How do you explain the difference? It's like two different people.
Yes. No, it's a rest day. But unfortunately for me, many tournaments I play last couple of years, it's always the same, that I have at minimum, usually it is 1 day, at minimum 1 day when I'm completely out. I just cannot calculate anything. I don't know what to do about it, and it's actually quite a pity, because I miss a lot of first places because of this. I mean, same was with Shamkir when I lost, just a big advantage against Mamedyarov. I even managed to lose it, and in fact, after the tournament, it became clear that even a draw would be enough for me to win it. And in every tournament I have this kind of failure. I mean, but maybe it's age, I don't know. But it's true that it was just a terrible game from my side, but fortunately then the rest day comes, and because before my game with Levon I had 2 very tough, complicated games, and probably it was just too much. Just somehow collapsed. So now after rest day I spent it well. I had a lot of walks. I was trying to rest, and finally I think I played well today. Of course, I don't know what will happen in future, but it's true. I mean, this actually sometimes, this game like with Levon or with Shahriar in Shamkir, somehow you just don't want to play chess after these games, because you feel like, again the same story. I mean, I was not there.
It's not the result. It's the manner of the result.
Of course, I mean the result you can lose against Levon with black, against anyone here. I mean, it's possible. It's not about. It's just about the manners that you just totally out. And that I don't know how to avoid it, what to do about it. I simply have no idea. But I will try, but unfortunately it's repeating all the time. The only thing that I hope in this tournament it will be the only day like this, but there's still 2 rounds to go.
Well, it seems you're still capable of some good chess, as you have shown today.
I think I am capable, yes, but I mean, unfortunately not every day. That's clear.
So you had your rest day, and you said I took some rest, and it's as simple as that. I mean,
yes, it's a simple. I mean, you just need to
thinking
get
about
sleep
nothing,
and to
or?
yes. I was preparing, of course, for the game, but just I had long walks. Finally, it was normal weather. You know, it was sun, so I had. I mean, just to yes, just resting, napping. You know, during day and just to and somehow
just no strain on
so
the brain.
I suppose it was caused by simply big physical tiredness. But you know, now 2 more games to go, so I'm not sure it will not repeat again, but I will try my best to avoid this kind of bad games.
But let's say despite all these disappointments, you're back in second place in the world rankings. The gap between you and Magnus is smaller than ever. It's 6.4 at the moment.
Oh my goodness.
Which is just...
Yeah, it's difficult, of course, it was difficult to imagine, but actually I don't care so much about ranking. I mean,
that's what they always say.
No, it's true. I mean, of course, it would be nice if I managed by miracle, you know, to get to the first place at least for one day, you know. I mean,
that's what you're used to, right?
Yes. I mean, okay, it's just for fun, I would say, but it doesn't really, you know, it's not really something I care much about it. I mean, I'm looking forward. I have last 2 games, you know, everybody is very near. Very close. So I mean, Wesley can overtake me. I mean, Fabiano, you know, other players. Levon is also close. So I don't care so much about it. I mean, but it's clear that you know, I cannot say it about anyone else for sure. But at least for sure that against Magnus, that he's. For this day, he's heavily underrated. I mean, I'm sure he's going to. It will not be for too long that I will be so close to him or anyone else. I'm sure he will just get to his senses and he will come race back to the top. I mean, I have no doubt.
But still, for you, I mean, I would advise you to keep a look at these ratings because it might save you a lot of trouble if you just qualify directly for the candidates.
Yes, but okay, it's still a long way to qualification. So I know that I'm kind of close with Wesley and with Fabiano. I don't want to calculate now. I will do it maybe later if needed. But actually, you know, I'm looking at my ratings. But you know, after my game with Levon, I didn't because when I lose, I don't want to look at my ratings. So today I will have a look. I promise you, I will have a look. At it.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah. So 2 rounds to go. Well, save your energy tonight and.
Yeah, I will try. I mean, okay, if I keep on with this level, it should be fine. But you never know. Yeah.
Is it, except for that moment against Levon, is it one of your best tournaments in some time?
I don't know. Yeah, I think my general level is good. I mean, here of play. In fact, I won one game. I was pressing in a couple of games quite seriously. I mean, in general, I'm happy with my play. But
it was clear you were spoiling for a fight all the time. I mean,
yes, no, I'm fighting. I mean, I'm always fighting now, but not always with a decent play. This time, I think my play is good, except this one game. My play is quite good, but you know, again, at this, you know, at this age, you know, I mean, sometimes you come back, you feel well, and then you are just out. So let's wait for 2 more. If I play decently 2 more rounds, whatever is the result. Okay, I would be happy with my play. I mean, so, but we need to see. You know, you never, with my last experiences, I'm never completely sure that I will not collapse at some point. You know, in some of the games.
Well, Magnus, he didn't want to go to any of the press conferences, not to TV2 either, because he said, "I've got nothing to say." Do you understand that? Because I think he should have a lot to say.
No, I fully understand it. I actually, first of all, I think that there was a rule in old times that the winner, I mean the loser, was not obliged to go to the press conference, and I think it's completely right. I mean, because you know, you feel really bad, especially today. I mean, Magnus -2. I mean, I absolutely don't judge him, and I fully understand him. I mean, okay, it's simply not. It's simply. In fact, you can just tell something really bad or wrong, you know, just because you're disappointed. Okay, maybe people are looking for some emotions, but I absolutely understand him, and I. Also, the same story what was in the World Championship match. You know, after losing such a ridiculous game, he lost in the game 8. I would fully understand his reaction. I mean that we shouldn't judge. I mean, I understand public people, they want some explanations, so on. But you should also respect players. And I know very well how bad you feel after such games. So just okay, show some respect to people.
Yeah,
give
but
them rest.
you follow a lot of sport, and I think that if the loser turns up for another press conference for another sport, that you don't switch off the television. I mean, then.
Actually, I never watch press conferences anyway to start with, yeah. But no, I understand.
Yeah, you gotta wait
sports,
with that one.
But other sports are other sports. I mean, chess is a bit different, because again, in tennis, there are so many tournaments. Okay, you lose one, you go next day to another one. Here, we don't play that much. The concurrence is very high, especially this tournament or World Championship, which is extremely strong, and you really feel bad when you are not doing well. So.
And the advantage of these tennis tournaments, if you lose, you're on your way home. That's the big advantage.
Yeah.
And whereas here, you're stuck and suffering.
You're suggesting that Magnus would love to be on his way home now.
Well, I think he
what do you think, Vladimir?
No, of course, when you play like this, you want it to finish as soon as possible, but still you fight. You're a professional. I'm sure he's going to fight. I mean, but of course you don't feel so happy anymore. I mean, so it's a mixed feeling. I know myself when doing really badly. So from one side you have to play and you're professional. I prepare and I try, but inside myself I really, it's very difficult to keep positive, emotions after this.
Where did you see it happen to him? I mean, he was so impressive in the Blitz, and then it never happened. Was there a moment in his games that you thought, okay, when he didn't achieve anything here or there, then you felt there was something wrong? Because I mean, you know him very well.
No, but to start with, Blitz doesn't mean anything. I mean, people I think pay too much attention on Blitz. I mean, okay, it doesn't mean so much. It's a reactive thinking, and of course Magnus is very strong and very young, and so his reactive thinking is very good. But it's not really something to judge on. And here, well, it just. I think that, in my opinion, it's clear he's not in good form, but also his openings are somehow, I think he should really improve, especially with black, his openings. I mean, because this is too strong tournament. I mean, you can get out with a kind of shaky opening preparation, in a little bit weaker, but this is just too strong. You need to be not only in good form, but also really very, very strong.
But he did fine in the World Championship, didn't he, against Sergei Karjakin? He was not in. He didn't get the worst of the opening struggle.
No, that's true. But here I can see that he's struggling. I mean, he is getting nothing with white. He's struggling with black. I mean, okay, with white it's not so bad, but with black he's clearly struggling. I mean, he lost almost out of the opening against Levon. He got a much worse position today. It's very difficult, even if you're Magnus, very difficult to play because the opponents here are not bad, and when you're always worse, it's very difficult. So, I mean, besides, it's clear that he needs to improve his form, but this will come. But to me, it's quite obvious that his openings with black are not that great. I mean, at the moment.
Interesting thoughts.
Yeah, well, there's one final thing, Vladimir, because I think it's actually something that we should have spoken about a bit more before. I mean, not necessarily with you, but you say it's such an awful strong tournament. How do you see this tournament, let's say, in from a historical perspective? Because it's unique that we have the 10, well, let's say first-rated players from the April list together in one tournament. What can we say about the strength compared to other, let's say, exceptional tournaments?
Well, I mean, the thing is, I understand it's quite historical, this tournament, but I don't think about it. I'm just playing, I'm performing. Then maybe, I will start to think how was it and so on. But it's clear that, I mean, I don't remember last times a tournament when basically with such a level field, with such, you simply don't have anyone whom you can think before the tournament, this guy will really try. Here, okay, just every game, it's a fantastic player, so I even don't think about, whom I should try to win, I just play every game. And but it's
so
true that
you're not looking for hammer.
yes, for Luke, I have a different expression. Yeah, there are no Lukes here. Yeah? But and that makes a big difference because, in fact, from one side there are more draws. From other point of
and
view,
you're not talking about McShane, are you?
but from other point of view, in such tournaments, when you have somebody a bit weaker, there is a big temptation just to play safe, to make a draw, and then you wait for these guys. But here there are no these guys, so you have to play full Mounty, every game, and try to get your chances when you can. But of course, the tournament is exceptionally strong. I mean, it's true that I don't remember last time participating in such a strong tournament.
Yeah. But let's say, for instance, when you were a young kid, which tournament from the past did you see as the strongest ever? I mean,
I don't know about the strongest, but of course,
the most
Zurich
fascinating.
1953. Of course, I mean, because of the book of Bronstein, I was studying this book.
And this huge field and
yes, and a lot of interesting games. And the book was written in such a tasty way that, of course, I was as a kid.
What do you think of the other 3 books written by the participants?
I haven't read any of them.
There's one by, it's actually 2 volumes by Neidorf in Spanish. It came out in English not very long ago, actually, relatively.
I think last year.
Recently. Uwe did a very good book.
I will read it.
Uwe is, and there was that one by
Stolberg.
But at that time it was childhood in Soviet Union. I had only this Bronstein book, and it was already a big because a lot of fantastic games, very conceptual in Nilso, in King's Indian, very famous game. But from my career, I would say, of course, this kind of big tournaments, I would say Las Palmas, clearly 96, I think, was big when top 6 were playing double round. Then Dos Hermanas, when I think it was 9 out of top 10 playing in 96, which I managed to win. By the way, beating in a row Anand, Kasparov and Ivanchuk. Not so bad. Good old times, good old times. But this one is exceptional, definitely as well.
Great.
Thank you very much
for giving us so much of your time and giving us your thoughts. We'll take a short break and be back very soon.
There are a million reasons to walk through our door. Important or not, here are some more. Is it the smile that greets you, or the view outside? The 24-hour room service, we let you decide. Do you need to escape? Simply get away. To work when it's night, and sleep when it's day. Relax, unwind with the people you love. Maybe that's your reason, and none of the above. To visit something old, or discover something new, our local knowledge will show you what to do. Passion is a word we choose to live by. Passion in our service, food, and even our goodbye. We have passion in everything we do, and whatever your reason, we'll take care of you. Clarion living, not just staying.
Inspired by the city of Ålesund, the Scandinavian Art Nouveau capital on the west coast of Norway, the Fondorn timepiece, an elegant, high-quality watch with clean lines and Art Nouveau-inspired dial, protected by a beautiful sapphire crystal. The slim, surgical steel case contains a premium Swiss movement. It's water-resistant up to 5 ATM. Elegant yet strong. The Fondorn timepiece comes in 4 different color options and is delivered to you in a beautiful wooden box.
welcome back. We have with us Vachier-Lagrave, who's drawn his game against the, well, I was going to say the tournament leader. The
former leader, yeah.
But he was equal first before today, Hikaru Nakamura. So we're hoping Hikaru will be able to join us in a few minutes. He's being interviewed now. But Vichy, tell us, this was fashionable about 500 years ago. Has the theory progressed a little bit in this?
Yes. Surprisingly, the Italian is one area where you can just say computers have revolutionized it, because it seems that we gave up way too early.
Right.
I mean, this thing flared up in the 70s, thanks to a lot of 80s rather, a lot of English players. I mean, Docky and you getting a few Italians in, and for a while it was lethal. And then we thought, okay, all you have to do is make a few simple moves.
Yeah.
And it's flared up again. Okay, I will philosophize later.
Yes. Yeah.
So we got here.
But isn't it more to desperation at the Berlin? That's got a lot to do with
as well. But the Italian is interesting. It's not just the anti-Berlin. It's interesting on its own. And as you saw with Vladdy and there are things happening. So we got to this position.
We'll get him.
And this is very thematic, I think, because my plan is bishop d2, e6, rook e1, and then I'm going to play against his weak king side.
I expected bishop d2. I thought that was.
Yeah, but I can't do it in that order because he does this. Okay. And I thought he gets knight f8 in, and I didn't see.
Right,
I mean, I don't know if I can do knight g5 or something. No, he'll just have h6, right?
Right. Yeah. Okay. So the problem is.
Or I can go e6.
But even knight g5, knight e6. I mean, what's so special?
Yeah, it takes
fe6.
You'll take with the pawn, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So I did this, and this position is very loaded because.
Yeah, I think king h8 is probably wrong. I think I should play queen f7. I mean.
Yeah, I couldn't tell what was happening here.
So bishop b2, rook e8.
This one, right?
No.
No, then I maybe g5 works. Yeah. You have to go here.
You have to go rook e1 again.
Can I go knight g5?
Queen f2. King h1, I assume, yeah. Rook takes e6. King h8. And what's happening here? Do I have like knight h4, queen e4, right?
But then knight f5.
Do I just have rook f6 even?
No, then queen.
No, then queen e8 and knight e4. Sorry, yeah. But rook. It's messy.
Well, I'm actually not threatening the mate, but I don't know if you want to. I can't play queen g8 knight f7. But I don't know if you feel brave enough to get into that.
Yeah, for like rook b8 or something.
Rook a8. But I don't see you doing that somehow.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry. I'm also threatening knight f7, knight d8, and so that's going to win. Yeah. Okay, so I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
I'm too tired for this.
You're right.
So we'll go for king h8. I mean, and roundabout here, I wasn't sure if I was in control or I was losing the plot a bit. But so far, I was happy. And here, I realized that I miscalculated. I wanted to do this. And he goes king h7 at some point, and I wanted to play queen h5.
Right.
But then I realized he has bishop f2 check.
Yes.
So the point is rook e6, rook e6. He can't take because of knight g5 check.
Yes.
But he takes like this. And what I missed was that he can also take this. And now knight g5 check, king g8. And I'm lost. Knight f7, and he takes on e6 and defends g6.
Right.
So if this doesn't work, then I would have to do this. But maybe this is all right. So I might have jumped the gun a bit. Queen e6, rook e6.
Yeah, probably I should just play knight f4.
But then rook e7.
Knight d2.
And you're saying you'll hold this.
I'll just play like d2 probably. d2 and then rook c8 maybe? Maybe it's not so simple, I don't know. Because d2 just rook d7. Yeah, not so simple. But I can go rook c8, just rook c8, rook b7, rook c3. Yeah.
Because you got this check as well.
Yeah, actually white's in trouble now. Yeah, maybe not trouble, but
yes, okay. So
just king e1 and make a draw.
And suddenly, well, to be honest, I would have liked to have more time here. and this is awkward because suddenly I'm running out of moves. But luckily, I can just simplify like this.
Yeah.
And I think not only was I defending, I was also.
Yeah, I mean, I should have just gone bishop d4.
I mean, I can do this, I think, because if he takes, I take.
Knight c4?
King d4.
Knight b2?
And a5.
Knight a4?
Knight d3.
But then b6?
Knight b2.
Oh, you trickster!
Use this one.
You trickster!
I didn't see this.
Show everyone.
I didn't see this one.
Slippery so-and-so.
Then it's that's fine. Yeah.
That's a very sneaky trick.
But wait, you can play b5.
Yeah,
knight d3.
Yeah, and then you wait for me to move, and then you go knight b2.
Oh,
and so I might have to win with king d5, c6, b7. Yeah. Which might be enough. I might be able to go king d5, c6, b7, takes a6 and come and win.
Maybe,
So, I wish he had done that. No, but I actually didn't see any way to do anything. Because if...
there's also this way, right, and I can just check and play b5,
Yeah, well, no, if I do this, but I don't have a fall next move. So I'm kind of stuck here.
Yeah.
And I can do this and check and king b4 and here. But now the king is blocking the square that the knight needs.
This is the one that I saw, yeah.
So I go knight d3, king f7, and I no longer know what's... maybe I'm much faster anyway.
No, but I have king d6 at the end.
Wait,
king
I go
e6.
here.
I have just king d6 and knight c5.
Okay.
Yeah, this I saw.
Too brilliant.
No, then let me go for this one.
Right.
You want
to take on d4 or something?
I want to take on b5.
Sorry,
or am I
b5
too slow?
Yeah.
Am I too slow?
Who knows? Take it.
What?
King takes.
Knight c3, king c6.
King c6.
Or do you go?
No, you don't have a square, do you?
Probably you can go a6 and make a draw, I think. Probably you can.
No, a6 you go king d6.
Yeah, a7, knight b6 takes king c7, king c5.
Yeah, it should be a draw.
It should be, but okay.
But I don't know. I don't know. But the problem is, I think if I try to cut off his king, he'll come here and we'll loop around endlessly here. So
king c5.
King d7.
Yeah. So I kind of reluctantly went here, but then I realized that he might get greedy because this position is not at all clear to me that black is even safe.
Right.
He could be busted also. I simply don't know. I mean, b4. Later on, we saw that he actually has this resource and h5, and I think this is quite fast.
Okay, so rook b6.
Or maybe I should take it to the king. King c5.
h4.
Are you saying I'm very slow?
Well, I mean, because the problem is your king's in front of the pawn, so I'm probably going to be...
And here, if I do this, I thought
and
it's not clear that I'm better.
Yeah.
Because now you're the one.
Because I'm the one with the difficulty moving the pawns.
Yeah.
And after rook a7, my king gets bottled up on thing, and I think here I have no winning chances. I mean, I didn't see any. And
this is the oddity about this this end game, isn't it? There are actually 3 results possible in there.
Yeah, and the thing is, so the other critical move was a5. Because b4 is this one allowing rook a3, but a5. And now if he plays rook check, I can go up. I don't have to come to b3.
Yeah.
And I think this
should be winning.
This should be a very good try anyway. But I think he should be running with the h pawn now.
Okay.
So rook b6 and once again perhaps even rook h2.
Yeah, just pick up a
to keep harassing this pawn.
Yeah.
And when I go b4. Then the same as before, maybe even some check, so you can go here.
Yeah.
And no. I want to
take.
And maybe rook
a2, yeah.
But now rook d6 will be unpleasant.
Yeah.
This is a game.
Rook d6, g5.
But then
then you have rook g6. Yeah.
So this is a gain of a tempo or something.
Yeah, maybe b4 is actually. What is my move? a5. Maybe a5. If I had had the prescience to see this, it would have been nice.
But are you so sure it's winning even at the end? So I mean, what's the position after?
So where do you go? What h?
Yeah, I mean, just follow the line you just had. Yeah. Yeah. So.
Let me take this.
Yeah. So rook a2. Rook d6. King h7. Sorry.
But now I do this and I go king b3, right?
King
yes.
b3.
Yes.
And then the pawns are too fast.
If I play rook a3 here.
That would be a shame indeed. Maybe I haven't got a way forward.
Yeah, it's very tricky.
Maybe I...
Rook a1. And then Rook A1, of course. Yeah.
Okay, hang on. While my rook is still over here, let me play A6.
Okay, G5.
B5.
H3.
Oh God.
Well, somebody is winning, or it's a draw.
Thank you. I don't know what we'd do without you.
Yeah, this is absolutely not.
No, wait. I can go B6.
H2.
Oh, you're queening first. I've lost track. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, but at least I could have posed him very, very difficult problems without any risk because I'm the one who's quite safe. So A5, I think, would have punished his rook F2, rook E2 maneuver. So it's a pity I blew that. But I don't know that it's supposed to win, but it was interesting.
But it seemed like a reasonably well played game.
Yeah, I think so.
Just, some
except for this kind of a break in the logic at the end.
Yeah.
But no, because White didn't do anything to suddenly end up here when I'm playing King D2 and all.
Yeah, sure.
And then suddenly end up with this. Okay, it's a bonus, that's for sure.
Yeah. So, Hikaru, I wanted to ask you, the tournament situation has
become
changed.
unpleasant.
I mean, well, it's not unpleasant. I mean, I don't see how it can be unpleasant on being on
That's
plus,
true,
on plus two. I mean, there are a lot of people who would be. That's right. But you have been overtaken. Any change of plans for the last couple of rounds?
No, not
just
really. Just do the same thing.
steady hand as
I mean, pretty much do the same thing. I mean, I actually had a real chance against Sergey, and I missed this one opportunity actually, where I think it was very, very good. So I had a chance there, which I missed. Strangely, I play E4, bishop B5, bishop C3, when I went king F2.
Okay, I have to.
Because I go bishop c3 takes, and then I double on the c file. I'm threatening to just exchange on f6 and play rook c7. And maybe it's a draw, but it's very, very, very dangerous. So I mean, I think I had missed a very good chance there. But I mean, you just play every game, and hopefully something good will happen.
Yeah.
I mean, after all, I mean, today some crazy things happened too. Like Maxim's game, I didn't understand like any of it. It was very, very weird.
Just give us an instantaneous.
Bishop's the opposite color. It's a draw. Actually, isn't it a draw? Don't you have rook a4, rook d4? Then rook c7.
Yeah. And then
okay, so it's not.
No. Well, takes and king e4. And king b7. Is that a draw?
Are you telling?
I'm
bishop
taking
G1, king d5.
I'm taking a bishop.
Yeah. No, but it's also wrong color. That's all.
Yeah. Well, it's
close. But I don't think it's going to help
king
you.
G5, bishop king G5, bishop E2, right?
Yeah.
H5.
Bishop F3.
H4.
And then I queen my pawn there.
Yeah.
A7, bishop A7, king A7. You're never going to.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Just No, you're right.
So maybe some real practical problems.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean,
the pawn's far.
So what's wrong with just king E6?
Nothing.
Well, why don't I play H5 check?
Yeah, H5 first. Yeah, because then you have to go. Yeah,
I have to go to H3 because if I go to F3, then king E6 is winning.
Yeah.
So I'll have to go king H3 because of king F4 as well, king E6 and bishop D6 is check. Or maybe it doesn't matter there. I'll go rook D8 and king E4 or something. But
rook D8.
But also you can play king H5 check. No, then you can't do this rook swap anymore.
Right.
Okay.
But he played bishop G1 anyway.
Played bishop G1. So
no, but it should be a draw with
another story. Another story. Gents, thanks a lot.
Sure.
Sure. Thanks.
Another brief break, and we'll be back for the final game of the day.
Well, good evening. There's still one game going.
Oh,
and
we're on air.
Nigel has put on the theme song of the last hour. Please release me, Ingeborg Humperdinck.
Let me go. Actually, I have to say this is one of Boris Spassky's favourite songs. I've heard him singing this on several occasions. So, Engelbert Humperdinck.
Please release me, let me go.
Yeah.
But there's still one game here going. It's the game between Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. Wesley So would love to win that. He is a pawn up, but there are opposite colored bishops, and although it's not so easy as far as I understood from you, Nigel, still this should be enough for Fabiano Caruana to make a draw, shouldn't it?
Yeah. I'm just looking at this because h4. I'm just looking at this attacking the rook, because the rook is tied down to this piece, and bishop c4, rook a4. Okay, so h3 is too subtle for me.
Well, of course, he has something serious to play for. It's he wants to be on +1, and he also wants to gain some rating points, which actually I think would put him in second place in the world rankings.
Yeah. Okay, so I think there is some. I haven't quite understood why you can't play. Rookie King e6, unless there are some little tricky things here, because yeah, Bishop b5. Always have to watch out for Bishop f2. But the direct things are not necessarily. Sorry, I meant after rook takes a6, we have this as a response. And the bishop is hanging, so after check, we can play here, which is the only good square. And after some move like this, we have bishop c4 check and rook takes bishop.
Yes, and the pin on the bishop will not bring you anything.
So that will go on for some time, unless Fabiano sees a way to draw it. So it's that time of the evening which we love best, when we have one
game
dull end game.
Moving like a tortoise.
Moving like a tortoise and keeping us here. Well, we've had a lot of excitement today. I mean,
absolutely.
It's been a really good round.
Who knew
very interesting stuff. And this is, no, I mean, to be fair, it is just a technical endgame. If I were white here, I'd be in deep concentration, looking for any prospect at all.
It's just that compared to the other games, it's
it's a bit dull. So I think it's question time.
So Samir Karandikar.
Yep.
He wants to know, if the top grandmasters in the world were to get drunk and play chess, would we say more fighting play between them? I think we would certainly would see more fighting. Fighting play, well, maybe.
Have you seen grandmasters fighting before? Yeah, I've seen. Yes, I've seen grandmasters fighting. Yeah,
it has happened.
Yeah,
and but yeah, I don't know. How drunk can you be to play and still play a decent game?
Well, that's a good question. There are a lot of stories about people playing under the influence, and I do not doubt that some people have played successfully under the influence. The problem is it's a bit like those gamblers who, you know, they tell you they've gone to the casino and they have won. And they never tell you about all the other times that they have lost. And it's like that with being completely blottoed.
I mean, you're gradually coming to your advice. If you can choose, don't do it.
Yeah. So alcohol is definitely bad for your chess.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to improve it. I mean, it may look like it improves, but that's only to you. So, I must say I've sometimes seen players late at night or in the early morning that I couldn't imagine that they would still be alive the next day, let alone play chess. And there they were.
Yeah.
But
okay, that was booze. That was booze.
And there's Robert Musil, who probably is...
Robert Musil, der Mann ohne Eigenschaften.
Yes. He's writing from Austria.
Showing I know my classics.
Yeah. How long did it take you to finish it? It's one of those great books that very few people have read. He has a question related to great chess players and their difficult relationships to cars.
So yes.
Fischer, Spassky, Anand.
Spassky drove.
He drives.
Yeah, of course. Drove.
Yeah,
he certainly drove.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, didn't he get by a Land Rover after the 1972 match? I think he did.
That sounds familiar, yeah.
Yeah, and he had problems with it because it was British manufacture in those days. Now, of course, Land Rover is a good old Indian firm, and things are much better.
Yeah. Well, at some time the winners in Linares would get a Jeep, or was that also a Land Rover?
No, it wasn't a Land Rover. It was a Japanese something.
Suzuki something.
Yeah.
I remember, well, Ivanchuk won it, and then...
Of course he couldn't drive. He has a license, you know that?
Yeah. How much did it cost?
Well, that was the... I heard the story about Ivanchuk and his driving, that he'd gone for his test, and the driving, the examiner who knew him, after the test, he said, look, Vasily, I will give you your license on one condition, that you promise never to drive. That was it. So, they do things differently in different countries.
Yep.
I know countries where it's the norm to buy your license. Is that like Netherlands?
And there was some, well, this was also an example from of divine, how do you say, interference? Intervention.
Yeah. Sorry.
Divine intervention. Yeah. That Vasily Ivanchuk, he won this Suzuki in Linares. They put it on a train, and of course it never reached its final destination, fell off the train.
Right.
Which was probably...
Just as well.
Yeah. So what's the idea here, Nigel? So he's going to...
shuffle around and take his H-pawn. He just wants to avoid... You're basically trying to coordinate your pieces when you're white.
Yeah. We got another letter from Armenia. It's actually the same sir who wrote to us day before yesterday about Tigran Petrosyan, and he said, "Let me disagree with your last phrase. He was the first among equals," as you put it. Obviously, it's underestimation. The 9th chess world champion was not the first among equals. Otherwise, he could not win the title twice. It's so trivial, says Aram Shismanian. I got a point.
Okay.
Yeah.
You should never argue with Armenians. That's basically
definitely not about Petrosyan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, we'll accept that.
Yeah. Then there's a question from Bruce Monson, who is a chess historian, great chess lover, chess historian.
Okay.
He says, "Does anyone seriously think today's players are really superior to the Karpov of the early 80s? Might not computers be harmful in some ways?" Wait, are we getting to the next?
Look, I think the general standard of chess is definitely higher, but if you
I should finish this. I mean,
finish
it says, doesn't the journey, let's say, burning the midnight oil, account for something really important that players today don't experience like they did in the days of yore? I mean, that you had to go through the entire experience, build up experience. And
was Karpov ever one for burning the midnight oil?
No.
With backgammon or something?
Card games.
Card games.
Yes.
Adjournment analysis. That's
He had some people for that.
He had some people for that. I don't think. Look, Karpov was a great player. I think underestimated as.
That's what we talked about before. That he's probably one of the great champions of all time.
Yeah, but and I think also that if you take some individuals. They're just fantastic players, full stop, and they would not be at all out of place in today's tournaments. I just think the average standard is higher. There are more stronger players. That would be my view on things.
Well, let's not forget that Anatoly Karpov has played chess. Well, he still plays chess, and you can see that he's still a very nice player.
Yeah.
And on a good day, particularly the quicker formats, I mean, then he's just very, very impressive. Which leads, is this, what's happening here?
It's got to be a draw. It's got to be a draw.
So you can take and you can sacrifice the bishop, or is that too rash?
Not immediate. Well, after a7, you can just go behind. But you can take on h3, and
then if you
and then it just continues.
Yeah. And here's a question from Dan Pascu.
Oh, yeah, sorry, he's got this move. No, I completely failed to spot that at this point.
That's a useful one.
Does that work? Because he's got bishop h2 check. That is the sneaky thing. I showed this variation before, and I was explaining that this was no good because of rook d1. But thanks to the interpolation of these two moves, he has bishop h2 check. And that is a dead draw.
Yeah. I'll quickly mention the question that we got from Dana Pascu, because we ignored it a couple of days ago.
Oh, sorry, Dana.
No, she says, "I'm writing on behalf of the women's community of chess players and would really like to know why you are avoiding the topic of men versus women playing levels. There was a commentary today and also a question from a spectator that was deliberately ignored. So she wants us to address this.
The reason I don't go there is because
no matter what you say, people misquote you.
Well, that's it. You know, and I've been rather severely criticised for various things.
Yeah, so that is, but in fact, Dana, we will talk about women's chess tomorrow, because I can announce that tomorrow we will have a guest by Skype at 6:30 in the evening.
Yeah.
We will, or perhaps a bit
And
earlier.
she can play chess, apparently. That's
We will have a lady guest who.
You shouldn't use the words like ladies. That's supposedly sexist, isn't it? You know,
what do we say, man?
Woman. Or
Woman.
something. Yeah, that's it.
In any case, we are very pleased that
Can't
tomorrow,
call them ladies.
Tomorrow Judith Polgau will join us from Budapest in Hungary, and we will speak with her about various matters. And yes, if you have any questions for her about women's chess or whatever, just send them to us, and we'll be happy to ask them to Judith. And I think this game has come to an end. I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
So,
although there are mating positions, why did they allow them to agree a draw there?
And before they come here, I will tell you what we can expect tomorrow when there is a reprise or an addendum to the World Championship match.
Look at this. This is a forced variation.
Wow. Tomorrow there will be Magnus Carlson against Sergei Karjakin, which might have such a nice pairing in the penultimate round, had it not been for the fact that Magnus Carlson is totally out of form and is on -2. We have a proud leader, Levin Aronian.
With MVL, isn't he? So he's ninth to 10th place. Is that right?
Yes. And then there's Levin Aronian, the leader. He's playing Vachier-Lagrave.
He's playing very attractive chess.
I think that...
I might not agree with the Armenians on Tigran Petrosyan, but I can tell you
on Levin
is pretty
and I think
damn
that
good.
if he wins tomorrow, he might already win the tournament. That's possible.
Yep.
Well, we have Vladimir Kramnik, who had a very nice game against the world champion today, and made us forget about his his off day 2 days ago.
Yeah.
He's playing against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's vulnerable.
But at the moment, you never write MVL off. You never write any of these guys off. That's the simple fact of the matter.
Hikaru Nakamura has to fight for his last chance, I guess, and he's playing against Wesley So, a rival. And Hikaru is white, and Anish Giri is playing with white against Fabiano Caruana. Anish now on +1, and Fabiano Caruana. He has.
So Anish has had an interesting tournament, hasn't he? Because he started off in the Blitz, where he couldn't put two moves together.
Initially he played well, but then he lost a totally winning game against Levin Aronian,
and then he finished horribly.
Yeah,
and then he went down. He was in -1 in
the first round.
And
he lost against Hikaru.
Now he's on +1. So
and could have been on +2 had he beaten Wesley So.
Yeah. Okay, so
we have the players here,
which is very encouraging because the champagne is still on ice and we're ready to go.
Yes, we very briefly go off air and then rearrange things here, and then we'll be back for the last game in this tournament. All the players looking back on it.
we've been joined by Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana, who have drawn the last game of today. Wesley, it looked like you were pressing a bit in the game. Did you do you feel you missed anything significant?
Well, I actually didn't think the game would last very long, somewhere around here, because I thought it's just equal, maybe then bishop e4.
So if you think that, well, why? Where was your preparation today? Because Fabiano's already played the Queen's Gambit accepted, and you're saying that after a dozen moves, you were thinking it's already a dead draw.
Well, I'm not saying dead draw, but I think it's just equal.
I mean, this is some sort of theory. I just couldn't remember anything after knight b3. There's some game of my second.
Okay.
There's a game like Kazimjanov Karjakin where at some point black even got slightly better. But okay, after knight b3.
Bishop b7. I don't see any. Maybe knight e5, bishop b7.
Yeah, knight e5 I considered, but I wasn't too happy with. What was it? I wasn't too happy with. I think it was probably take bishop
d2
f3
or something.
First, I think it makes sense to hit this diagonal.
Yeah.
Rook goes
to
a7, let's say. Yeah, I think bishop d2 bothered me.
Yeah.
And then I have some checks.
At least it looked like some sort of initiative. And I considered bishop b4, but then bishop d2, I think, rook fc8, hc8, sorry. Rook fc1.
And then knight e5.
Knight e5 I thought was a problem because of take and
king e8.
King e8. Wait, also is f3 a move here, or is it
maybe bishop b2?
Yeah, b4. I mean, I was a bit scared of that. I would get my bishop trapped. Even this, I'm not entirely sure about, because the bishops are kind of going to very strong
squares. My knight's on a5.
Yeah, I mean, I can of course take on d3, and sometimes it's not so bad to give up this bishop. But here, I don't think I get any sort of counterplay for it.
Yeah, I think I have to wait for f3.
So I thought what I did was logical, but then I ended up in a bad position.
Here, I thought you can play knight e4 too.
Knight e4, bishop e1, I wasn't sure what I'm doing next.
And then knight c4.
Yeah, and so if take with the pawn, I guess, because bishop takes, bishop f3 looks dangerous.
Okay, and then I have f3. Oh,
I mean, I honestly thought that this, or f3. But I thought my knight on e4 will just get kicked back inevitably. So I didn't like this too much. I was actually counting on bishop c4 when I went into his line, and then I realized that f4 just wins.
Yeah, f4.
I mean, this just wins on the spot. It's such a nasty trick.
Yeah.
Bishop e2, f5, and then
knight c6. Yeah.
Or the other knight. Yeah, the other knight wins.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't even decide an exchange. Otherwise, I thought it would actually work out quite nicely for me, because now, if knight takes, I can take with the knight.
With the knight, yeah.
And then force this, and this is obviously a much better version.
My knight on b4 is bad to play. I was thinking, knight e4, and then bishop e1, bishop c4, so now you can play this.
Yeah, this I didn't consider.
Oh, okay, maybe knight takes c4.
Yeah, knight c4, I take with the pawn, right?
Pawn, yeah. Pawn.
f3, and
a5.
Yeah, maybe I can get by with tactics. I mean, there's maybe knight d3 here. Oh no, sorry, knight d3 is ridiculous.
Or knight c5.
Knight c5, yeah.
Yeah, looks good for that.
Bishop c3. Yeah, I can probably. No, black is good here. Maybe I can get by with some very sharp play. I mean.
But that's your forte, isn't it? You're a good calculator in general.
Usually, I think so. But I mean, this is a slightly unusual position where everything's hanging.
Yeah.
I don't know. It didn't really cross my mind, this idea.
Okay.
Maybe I should have, because I saw bishop c4, but just this.
Oh, f4.
Is f4 still a problem?
I think you can play bishop
I don't know.
c5.
Yeah, now it's
with your knight.
It's not an issue anymore. Anyway, maybe this was better, because I kind of thought that I would be okay here.
Yeah, black.
But I'm just.
I thought you can play king e6 or next move king e6.
Yeah, and then bishop e5.
That's
this was an idea. maybe this is better.
Yeah, that was my suggestion here.
Sure.
Yeah.
I wanted to do it next move, but I don't really get time. And is this position? I'm just wondering about this kind of.
I think you.
But you know, B3 is not.
You're
even,
not pinned, yeah.
No,
yeah,
you
because
can play,
this is playable B2. Yeah, these tactics work actually.
Could you not play rook C to B8 as well?
Oh yeah, rook C B8.
Also, yeah, maybe
Just
that's
play for
maybe that's
advantage.
better.
Play for advantage here.
Yeah, no, black is completely fine. Maybe this was the way to play.
Yeah, and then if bishop f6, then you can take with the pawn.
Pawn, yeah, and then bishop b5, and it's going to turn into a draw. Most likely.
Yeah.
Maybe this was a better move. I should have probably spent more time. I kind of thought I would clean up the game soon, and I rushed with this. And after this, I realized I'm in an unpleasant situation.
Well, still king e6.
Yeah, but now.
Rook a1.
No, but rook a1 is the same.
The bishop e5
thing.
maybe. Yeah.
What if you take?
Well, I thought pawn. Yeah. Bishop
here.
e5.
And
rook. Definitely. Rook d8.
Probably rook d8, right?
Rook cd.
Rook cd2. Can I play rook b2? Because this is a pin.
Oh, okay.
It's unusual pin, but it looks like a pin.
No, it's a good pin.
Yeah, I don't. Probably these two moves.
So you probably this is where you needed some accuracy.
Yeah,
and
I
drifting. Yeah.
I mean, it looks like it should be more or less okay for black. So I'm not too surprised that I have something. But this is really sad because unfortunately I was in advance. I was only looking at bishop f3, king e5, and then d4. It's fine. Yeah. And b3, I thought.
That was b3. Yeah, that just one. Even the move earlier.
But I thought you just give up the pawn.
Yeah, I thought I would play like a5 or something, and then
d4,
and then this.
Right.
But maybe this is not good. ed4 and then push c5.
Okay, well maybe I should be a bit more accurate with.
So
king e5.
King e5.
Not sure.
No, actually, is this so this position that we just looked at?
ed4.
Yeah, rook d4.
Instead of
c5.
after a5, if we just go back one move after a5, if we just play g3 for example here, just to create some luft.
Yeah, I'll most likely now play king e5.
Okay, and now we take
d4.
And
I can
we? I don't know if rook cd2 is annoying.
It looks annoying.
Or
I have
can we even check on? Yeah, rook cd2.
No,
yeah,
first this and then turning f4.
Yeah.
So this seems good. b3. But I thought king e7 also.
Yeah, maybe we can do this because now
just to avoid the pin.
Now, if you play g3,
then a5.
Yeah. Also, I could have done this move.
Okay. So
yeah, and we get this position.
And is
I thought that
e4.
e4.
Just I'm just
I would probably just put a pawn on a3 and try to get a rook on b2.
Yeah.
I don't think black should lose this.
Yeah.
Probably not even going to be much suffering from that.
Yeah.
I think I have better chance with ed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ed rook. Sorry. Ed. Rook d4. I guess take. Yeah, but I can trade rooks out. I mean,
it's a draw. Yeah.
Okay.
No, this I think that Wesley played the correct move. This is quite unpleasant. First, I wanted to do this because I thought I would get a better version. No, you don't have to take.
Oh,
you can just play like g3, and I don't see my next move. Because if you take, I think I will hold this. Sorry, king d7, rook d5.
Take rook b2.
Rook b2, bishop c4. Now I think rook c2 is. I know. Wait. This actually I was trying to avoid because I realized that I would be suffering a lot here. Or g4.
h4 g4.
I mean, this is not a good version.
Yeah. Okay.
But I saw
a
something.
Theoretical draw, but with suffering. Yeah.
But I thought that this.
Bishop b4.
Yeah, maybe bishop b4. I thought I would be more or less okay here. Actually,
hold it, yeah.
in this version, I was very worried about this position.
What's the difference? King.
Like
Rook c2. Yeah.
Rook c2, rook d4 is still. I don't get the last pawn off.
I thought you play a5.
With rook c2 or without?
No, with rook c2.
a5. Yeah, and I was thinking like rook f4, king has to go here, and then g4.
I'm threatening to win another pawn. Yeah.
I mean,
or maybe not a5. Well,
yeah, I was looking at g5
yeah,
here, for
g5.
example.
Yeah.
g3, maybe let's say here,
a5,
a5, and this a4 or something. I was, or maybe putting the bishop on b3.
Yeah, maybe b.
I was very concerned about this position. Rook c1, king.
Bishop b4.
Yeah, and then you, I guess,
yeah.
I don't know, you go here. I'm not really active, and I have to kind of defend passively, most likely with rook c7 and try to hold on, which is not much fun. But
yeah, you're not have fun at all.
No, not fun at all. It's very, very unpleasant. And so this I actually was a bit happier that at least the pawns are a bit screwed up for white now. Although it's still very dangerous.
Yeah, thanks.
And I saw this king g6 idea, and I was pretty happy that at least I was getting counterplay with bishop g5 and bishop f6.
Otherwise I have bishop e2. And here you were saying a3, c3.
Well, I thought you could play g3 first just to avoid this. Because after a3 I suddenly had this idea, and bc, rook b1, so bishop d1.
Okay, no bishop.
Yeah, there's no bishop. I was wondering why there's rook a1. I think king f1 is forced. I mean, white's pieces look a little bit awkward, but the pawns might just start to run. So,
also your king is badly placed now. Bishop a3.
Yeah, bishop a3
and c4. I mean, it doesn't. I can't really create any trouble.
Right.
Despite this weird
c5, c6.
Yeah.
It's conglomeration.
So maybe it's a good thing that I didn't go for it.
You were considering c3.
Well, briefly, but I had no time to think about it.
Bishop d1. Yeah, I think if you cannot prevent king f1, king e2 is bad.
Yeah, but there's probably no way. Anyway, at least I thought that that here. Yeah, I was a bit worried about what was it? Bishop b4, king h6, bishop d5.
Bishop d4.
Bishop d4.
Okay, should we move on a little bit to
bishop b2?
Yeah, I mean, I was just a bit concerned with it. So yeah, I saw this rook b2, and I was thinking at least I liquidate a lot of the pawns off.
And then c3.
c3, yeah, which is kind of cute. All the rooks are hanging. Rook b2, rook d8. I think this is all normal play here, and I was a bit surprised by rook b4. I thought the rook might, although it's probably all very close to the same.
Bishop c5.
And the general assessment
I don't know,
here
here rook d2. So.
When you got this end game, what percentage chance did you think you had of winning this? 1 in 5, 1 in 4,
maybe 10%.
1 in 2?
I don't know. I think maybe 1 in 5 is actually quite large for one.
Yeah.
It's just a draw because he plays g6 and there's no way to make progress.
Right.
Most likely it's going to be a draw. Yeah. And somehow the rook got a bit offside. Yeah, and here suddenly I'm just going to get counterplay against f2.
And this was a nice little trick with h4 at the end. This was a little
h4.
Yeah, just right. H4 right at the end.
Yeah.
This with this little.
No, I was looking at this position, and I started to wonder if. I mean, I didn't want to go for this. It must be a draw, but then I wasn't entirely sure. I got a bit worried. I mean, it has to be a draw, but
yeah.
King e5 most likely here, and bishop a7. But then I was a bit worried that the pawn will go to g5 and then white will play h5 and create another passed pawn. I didn't want to. Didn't want to think about it. When I saw this h4, I thought, okay, I'll just easier.
Gents, thanks a lot. We're going to wrap up for tonight. Come back tomorrow at the usual time, 4 p.m. And the tournament has exploded into life with some really fascinating games today. So please join us then at 4. Thanks again, guys.
Nice.